Yo. It's Grapsody with Will, Phil, and Reg, trying to keep it real instead of what you usually get from these talking heads. It's Grapsody, we're here to fill the void. 3 black fans, different perspective, got to fill your voice. Coming with the podcast, talking majors, indies in between, yeah, it's all that. And we're down with Fightful, better fall back. Coming for respect, we connect like a ball bat. No need to double check, these are all facts. You're listening to us talk raps. You're listening to us talk raps. Will, Phil, and Reg. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps.
Whoa, I'm a pie. What is this?
It's kind of high.
What happened?
You know what it is. It is noon. It is morning for me. It's sunny and beautiful outside. This is Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey. Of course, I am here with Righteous Reg. What's going on, bro?
It's your favorite rapper, your favorite podcaster, your favorite writer, your favorite PWI columnist, Righteous Reg in the building, media man. Very excited to be here, Phil. It's been a very interesting week. People have been yelling at me on the internet very often. Of course, Phil, you know, I would know. But yeah, it's been pretty hot in these streets. I've been excited about it, though. I've been outside, been to some cool concerts, been to some cool wrestling shows. Like, I'm having a good time. How's you? How's everything going on this week?
It's good. We're in that period where it's not summer anymore, but we're still getting really good warm weather. So I'm trying to get as much outside weather in, get as many like walks in while I still can.
Yep.
Before it starts getting colder.
That's exactly because in the Bay Area, summer starts after summer. So like September and October is when it gets hot. So like I just been like living life. And it's so weird how that happens every year and I forget. So it's like July and I'm like, what's going on here? Why is it 69 degrees? And then it gets to, October and it's 85 and people are going to be like 85. I'm like, I used to live in 113 degree weather in Bakersfield. So 85 is the max for me and I love it here. It's great.
Yeah. Lot going on. We got the announcement that Kendrick Lamar will be doing the halftime show at the Super Bowl this year. Biggest
Cali
of what?
Boys are up. Cali Boys are up. You're right. Mm-hmm.
Apparently, your boy will be heading to New Orleans to do the halftime show. The timing of all of this, of us sitting on this podcast back in April when the Drake album dropped and First Person Shooter dropped, and we got him yelling all over there, big as the Super Bowl, and here we are, man. Very funny.
That was in April?
Yeah.
And
that album dropped, what, March?
Mm-hmm. Yep, that album dropped in March. Oh, yeah, because, like, during WrestleMania weekend is when it, like, started to... Cole dropped the thing, and then it started to kind of roll, and then things started happening so fast, though, Phil. Like, how did it go from Drake and Cole dropped a record to Kendrick is now gonna rap at the Super Bowl?
Yeah,
it's a crazy transition.
I'm actually wrong. For All the Dogs dropped in October.
Oh,
I dropped in October, so I think maybe the video dropped, but it was something. So just the timing of it. Definitely the first Kendrick verse came out in April. But yeah, Kendrick Lamar, go figure, hottest rapper in the world right now, hottest rap single in the world. Seems like a fair choice to me. I don't know.
I mean,
when I saw it, I was excited by it. They had the picture of him standing in front of the American flag. He did his little General Patton speech in front of the American flag, which, if you know, has some layers to it, has some more shots in there if you thought he was done. Immediately, the first thing that I noticed is he's standing on the 50-yard line, which, if you know, the first Drake record that he put out against him was the push-ups record where he's saying, drop and give me 50. Also, I think it came from his burner account, or, academics started reporting it, the whole round 2 thing. And then he says in there, like, yeah, you only get one chance to win the championship. You know that, right? Ain't no round 2.
So many subliminals in that little Super Bowl announcement, the way that he's throwing out the footballs and dropping little bombs in there too. But all of this is to lead to I'm going to be doing the halftime show this week. And so, Phil, a lot of people liked it. We liked it, but then a lot of people did not like it. Like, so it's going to be in New Orleans. So everybody's like, well, it's in New Orleans. Why isn't Lil Wayne going to be at the headlining the halftime show? And it's like, Dre and Snoop in LA kind of set a precedence for people, or now it's in people's brain that if you're in somebody's hometown, they should be the headliner. But that's historically never how it's been.
No. And that was at SoFi. That was what, 2 years ago?
2 years ago, yep.
But yeah, I mean, I know that Wayne said he wanted to do it. And so it didn't even cross my mind until people started bringing up Wayne.
Same.
That I was like, oh yeah, that is kind of messed up. I'm sure he's disappointed that he didn't get the opportunity. But what I immediately thought, I'm like, all right, but Kendrick's like a big Wayne guy. If you know anything about Kendrick, like he idolizes Wayne. He said that more than once. We got the memes that came from him jumping on IG when Wayne said he was going to retire at one point.
Yep.
And that clip going around of him just yelling in the screen, no.
Yeah.
No. And him rapping like all of the Wayne tracks and Hot Boy tracks. So he's a Wayne guy. So
he loves them.
I thought if anybody coming into New Orleans that would bring Wayne up on that stage, it's probably him. So I was like, this isn't a big deal, right? Boy, was I wrong, because the last
you were wrong.
from Sunday on, because this was announced Sunday. It was announced the day after All Out. From Sunday on, that's all people have been talking about. But what about Wayne? And I can't believe this. I can't believe they're disrespecting the South. I can't believe they're disrespecting Wayne. We've had certain people, certain artists coming out giving their take on it. We've had takes from all these pundits. I'm like, is this really that big of a deal, guys?
Like the Wayne thing has been bigger than Kendrick being announced. Like people are just like Wayne, and it's like, wait a second, you guys. Like, think about this though. The Super Bowl is this isn't a big like hip-hop concert. Like the people that are gonna be at that show aren't even Kendrick Lamar fans. Like it's just like a different representation. And so when I've seen tweets like they're probably gonna boo Kendrick Lamar and New Orleans isn't gonna like this, I'm like,
y'all are wild.
Yeah, I'm like, this isn't gonna be like a big New Orleans gathering. This is the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Funny enough, this kind of reminded me of all of the WrestleMania stuff this year where somebody was announced and other people like, oh, that's what you want. We're gonna boo that. Nobody wants that. It's like, actually, some people want it. I don't know.
People want that.
Some people, because I mean, just going from the pop out on Juneteenth and the big numbers that did, I'm sure that people in corporate looked at that. I'm sure that there were some people behind this that were like, hey, that did big numbers. How about we bring that over here and have him do the halftime show?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's just the fact that he was a part of one of the biggest rap beefs of all time, and he had like big moments this year, huge record. Again, still one of the top singles in the world.
Still.
Doesn't have an album out. Still one of the hottest records in the world right now. Nah, I get it, and I get Wayne as well, but like right now, there is no rapper hotter than Kendrick.
Right.
So
and the Super Bowl historically has been like, who's the hottest? Like the first one was Michael Jackson. Like it's like they've done so many huge Prince. They've done like gigantic people in the moment, and like, yeah, I think his Lil Wayne could definitely represent something here, and I think Kendrick's gonna bring him out. But Kendrick has the hottest single for months that won't die, and just like you said, the pop out concert, them numbers mean them lot to these people.
Huge. Juneteenth, you're gonna have you're going and having a Super Bowl in February, Black History Month,
bro.
No, I think that this kind of lines up. Now, of course, do I think there's some politics behind it? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's life.
Yeah.
There has to be.
Yeah, of course, Jay-Z is a part of putting this together. There has been rumors and, some heavy-handed stuff that leads you to believe that Hove has issues with Drake. He hasn't ever outright said it, but you can put 2 and 2 together and see that he probably has some issues with Drake.
Yeah.
So I do think that he might have been like, oh yeah, let's get this guy over here and let's put him on the Super Bowl show. Now
I'm also like, how heavy is Hove's hand in this? Because some people are like, he's the determining factor in doing this, and then some people are like, oh, he's on a committee that determines it. So it's like, why is all the blame on Hove is where I was starting at.
Because he put target on his back. The second he went over there and worked with them, they were like, he went over there and worked with them right after all of the Kaepernick stuff happened. So some people were already feeling a kind of way. And then, of course, the quote of him saying, we're done with kneeling, and people didn't like that. And so, people have been kind of on his ass for a minute. So I get all of that, but I also feel like some of this is people having lingering hard feelings from this beef. And some of this is Drake fans and their feelings. Some of this is people acting like, oh no, they're doing this specifically to spite Drake. I think it might be some of that to this, but also this guy is the hottest rapper in the world right now.
Right. Yeah. And like that does hold weight because it is in part because of Drake, but you don't get to that and you don't do that without being Kendrick Lamar. Like if it was a different rapper, a different rapper wouldn't have done this.
Yeah. So I get it, man. But yeah, we got a lot out of this. We got the Maul quote this week of Maul saying, well, Drake has turned down a halftime show. And then that turned into discourse because then we got that report that said, no, that's a lie. And then we got Elliot's response of, hey, well, I've got sources that says it is. And it's just like,
what's happening here?
It's just so much chatter around this. It's like, hey, man, I just want to be excited for this halftime show. Like, it's cool. Like, I feel y'all. Like,
dog, I was so excited. Just like Kendrick, Cali Boys, like the rapper. Like, I love Kendrick. He's announced for the Super Bowl. That's huge. It's going to be amazing. And that's not what it is. It's turned into, well, he got there because of beef. Why isn't Lil Wayne there? Jay-Z? I'm like, yo, no, you guys. But I mean, it's early. When we get to the show and Kendrick tears it down, all the narratives have changed.
Yeah,
going into that, it's going to be bad.
Yeah, I think it's going to change. The closer we get to it, and he's going to absolutely bring out guests, and I absolutely think he will bring out Wayne. Wayne, of course.
Why wouldn't he?
Yeah, Wayne put out his video that was yesterday morning, right?
Yeah,
of him saying that he was hurt and all of these other things, and I had some thoughts when I watched it, and I was just like, hey, man, I get it. It's your hometown. And you felt like there was a very good chance that you can get this. So I get the disappointment. And I think it hasn't helped that people have gassed it up and made it look like it's this big slight to him. So I think that is probably pouring some salt on it. But I just don't think it's that big of a deal, to be honest, man.
I feel like if it wasn't this discourse, he wouldn't probably even have known. He would have just been like, no, that's Kendrick's performing, and I'll probably be there too, But everybody was like, Wayne, it should have been you. Why aren't you? And it's like, probably, if I'm going online seeing all this and everybody sending me this and all the homies,
it should have been you.
I probably would be hurt too,
After a while, you're looking like, yeah, it should have been me. And I don't doubt that he really was disappointed. And if the discourse didn't happen, he probably still would have been disappointed. But I don't think he would have put out that video
statement,
saying anything about it if people weren't talking about this all week. But it is what it is. Like I said, I think this is dope. I think it's dope for hip hop. I think it's cool that we waited all this time for these two to finally get on wax and go back and forth. And we got one of the best beefs of all time out of this. We got some great records, got some great moments. This absolutely elevated Kendrick up to another level. And
this showed Drake's power too. Like, even though he's like, people have thinking of him in a crazy way, like, this guy will change lives if you are locked in war with him, if you are attached to him. And like, it shows that he is in his position for a reason. He's still up there and he could still come back. Yeah.
In the midst of this, we also got some other Young Money, Cash Money responses to this, and I was like, bro, it's a lot of crashing out on the net this week, man. What's going on? First of all, we don't ever see Birdman tweeting like that, and so when I first saw him tweeting, I was like, what is this?
Word to Gladys. I'm like, yo, what?
He was doing an awful lot, and I was like, I don't know, man. You got kind of a sketchy history relationship with Wayne.
Like,
so
you're going to war for Wayne? It looked crazy to me. I'm like, dog, knowing the history of what you've done to Wayne specifically, you probably could sit this one out, champ.
Yeah, it looks away. I mean, I immediately thought of the push line of everybody looked at me crazy like I tried to kill a baby. And it's like, dog, I've been telling y'all, dude is doing Wayne ugly. Y'all just find it out. And so for him to come after this and be like, nah, this is some hate, I'm like, maybe not you.
And I was just thinking about, they was beefing on stage like 3 months ago at the Essence Fest. Remember that?
Yes, that's why I'm like,
well, what happened? What?
This is crazy. But then Nikki also started doing some Nikki race tweeting, and I was like, all right.
I was like, does Nikki know who Kendrick Lamar is? Because she's tweeting like they announced like Jack Harlow was performing or something. I'm like, what is she saying here?
It's trying to stop a young black man from getting his moment and all this other stuff. And I was like, I think Kendrick is
I think a young black man is getting his moment.
Yeah, it seemed like she was jumping into some of the Rock Nation's conspiracy stuff, and that cracked me up because people started tweeting all the clips of Tory Lane's dad outside the courtroom, which made listen. Despite the fact that I think that this is going on a bit too long, there have been a lot of things people have been doing in the midst of this that are very funny. Like somebody tweeted yesterday, nah, Wayne is tougher than Nigerian hair. He gonna be all right. I was like,
that's
yo,
crazy.
So I don't know, man. Like sometimes I feel y'all. Everybody gets their points in, but sometimes I just want to laugh at things because things are funny.
Yeah, sometimes things are just funny, and like a lot of this is kind of funny. And it's like I love Lil Wayne. I'm a huge Lil Wayne fan. I think he deserves to be on that stage. Yes. But this was a lot.
It was a lot. Yeah, her seemingly saying that this is Jay doing all of this to get at her and other people that he doesn't get along, like Drake and Birdman. And I'm like, it could be that he just wanted Kendrick. That's cool. But I do think some of it could be a shot at Drake more than anything. I don't think it really has anything to do with Nikki. You gotta read the tea leaves of why she would feel that way, because of course the Rock Nation connection to Meg, and then she is also big team Tory and like the connections there. So it is what it is. I don't think that has anything to do with it. I don't think
it got nothing to do with Nikki. I feel like if there is some Young Money connections, like if Lil Wayne got any residuals off anything, it's from Drake. Like if anything, you know what I mean?
And I mean, it could have been one of those, they were looking around like, oh man, Wayne gonna be up there. That means we're gonna be there. And so she was like, oh no, not really. You stopped him from getting a moment, but you stopped us from getting a moment.
Right.
And I think that that's kind of nasty because that's not about Wayne. And
was they about to be up there doing, and she got a nigga grocery bag on the Super Bowl stage? That wasn't gonna.
It's about to come out there and do Bedrock.
Like I don't. Is that what's gonna go up at the 2025 Super Bowl?
We about to get Tyga and Drake and everybody. We about to get the whole Young Money gang.
Gutta and Mac Bain and all these guys. Like I don't think so.
I don't think so, man. No.
I feel you, Nikki. Like conspiracies are out there, my lady, but I don't think this one was. I don't think Jay was like, I'm gonna really screw Young Money out of this. He was maybe like Drake, because I feel like in an alternate universe, this battle doesn't happen. Drake is Drake this whole year. Drake is performing at the 2025 Super Bowl. You know what I mean? In some alternate universe. So it's like there's definitely some connections, but it got a little too deep for me. And like it'll be resolved. It'll Wayne will be there.
Yeah, maybe.
Kendrick will destroy it. And or if not, like Kendrick will still go up there and it'll be a Cali show again, and I'll be dancing and crip walking.
Yeah, he's gonna go up there. He's gonna kill it. He's probably gonna have some guests. It's gonna be dope because it can't be just a whole hip hop set for that stage.
No.
For football fans, it's not gonna just be all rap. He's gonna have some guests. He's probably gonna bring some people out, but that's what makes it even funnier, and that's why I also think that it could have stuff. So it could be some stuff linked to to Drake, because I mean, just the idea of him doing this halftime show, possibly bringing out Rihanna, possibly bringing out Wayne, like going and getting all of these people that may or may not have issues with him, and also adding them.
It's gonna be great.
It fits the theme of all of this, and Drake feeling like it's 20v1 and the music industry has teamed up against him.
It worked.
And it definitely looks like that's possibly a part of this. But
how do you think your boy Big Sean feels about this?
Well, how did Big Sean get in this, man? He put his album out, and I like his album, man. But people are like, oh, it didn't do well, and
I hate that.
Yeah, I think the album is good, man.
When they're comparing numbers from this 10 years ago, dog, numbers are way different from 10 years ago. Nah. They're just not gonna hit like that anymore. I hate this number talk. I hate anything kind of surrounded that. Feel like he made a personal album, like he made an album that he's really proud of and stands behind. And people are like, well, it's not the same as Dark Sky Fattest.
You're not getting a Dark Skies in 2024. Sorry. Well, I like the album. The Alchemist record is one of my favorite records of the year.
Really, really, really dope album. I hope that they do a full record, him and Alchemist. So this week, the news, sports related connections, media, there was some wild is a mild way to put this, Phil Lindsey, antics on the timeline with some sports figures and accidents, but nope, only accidents for a minute, because then it comes out that this was a stunt. I don't really know what happened. Shannon Sharpe the other day went live on his Instagram, and there were some nefarious activities going on. You can hear some sounds happening, and everybody's like, what's happening here? And so immediately he comes with, oh, that we was hacked. Our team's working up, but like, Shannon, we could hear you on there, big dog. We could hear your voice on this recording here. And so he goes on eventually to do, the nightcap show with Ocho, and he's like, no, actually, it wasn't a stunt.
Ocho is doing everything that I would have done in that moment to a friend. God. If that happened, I'm like, yo.
If that happened to my friend, I'd be exactly like Ocho Cinco in the moment. I'm telling you. And so, what was this, Phil?
So I did not see this. I just saw either in the midst of it happening or the afterwards, and people were like, what is Shannon doing on IG Live? And I kept seeing it, and I was like, what are y'all talking about? And so I never went on his IG Live to see it, but I opened a clip of it, and I heard the noises. I was like, oh, no. No. Let me close that. I'm good.
I'm glad I was in a respectable place, because I was like, whoa, hold on a minute. What's happening here?
No.
And I came in probably like an hour after the clip had dropped, so it was already meme city. Like, everybody was already doing their parodies. I'm like, yo, you guys work so fast. But yeah, hearing them sounds and then him try to be like, no, it actually wasn't. And we were like, how are you hacked, big dog? It takes so much to get to a live on Instagram.
So initially, he went with the hack thing on his IG stories. And then, like you said, he went on Nightcap and he explained that he didn't know his phone was on. He just threw his phone on the bed and he didn't realize that it was on during the whole time. And he, explained that he was just indulging in some adult activities.
Of course.
And healthy adult activities.
Healthy, consenting adults.
Yes. And it was just a bunch of things that were very weird about it. The fact that he and Ocho and a lot of Shannon's colleagues kept saying, well, at least we know it was a woman. At least it was a Michelle. It wasn't a Michael. And people are like, this kills the rumors that you're gay. And I was like, why is that? Why is that a part of this? And even when Stephen A said it again, like, well, nobody's saying he's gay now. And I'm like, okay.
Weird.
So I'm like, so, but in the midst of this, again, Shannon is saying it was an accident. I just threw my phone on the bed and it just happened. But then when you also keep saying this dispels this rumor, he's not specifically saying that, but we're getting a lot of that around this.
That's what it was. Yeah, there was narratives for sure of that.
That this dispels this rumor that he's gay. And I'm just like, okay, well, was it an accident or not? Because when you keep saying that makes me feel like he did that on purpose to be like, look, guys, I'm getting it in out here.
Yeah, you know what? I start thinking about that. Yeah, that was the narrative. Then Nikki put out that tweet where she thought she was talking about Stephen A, but it was about Shannon Sharpe and Show. I'm like, what is all this narrative around him being gay? And now I'm like, is that what this was? Because that's the corniest thing I've probably ever heard in my life.
Yeah, I hope that that's not what happened here. But then, like I said, he talked about it. They did some joking, and I thought it was over. People still started doing joking. The Nightcap is putting out merch, and I was like, all right,
he getting sponsorships and stuff.
Let's back up a little bit. Let's relax. Everybody relax.
There was one super funny clip though. Ocho goes, and Unc, in the clip you're like, take this dick, and he's like, I ain't never heard you talk like that.
What circumstances would you hear him talk like that?
Right? Like what other situation would you ever hear this? I ain't never heard you talk like that.
Yeah, of course, to bring this back to wrestling, because this is a wrestling podcast. R-Truth was all in the comments of this thing.
And that's what is the funniest human ever, dog. Oh my God.
The first thing I saw when I initially saw this thing was a screenshot of R-Truth saying, like, wait, are they fucking? Excuse my French, but
the first thing I saw was R-Truth's clip, and I'm like, wait, what is R-Truth talking about? And then I connected. I was like, whoa, this is crazy.
Yeah. Then he put out his parody of it, which was also funny. Yeah, a bunch of parodies have happened of it. Be careful with your phone, man. Just and now again, I'm saying be careful with my phone, but I also am raising an eyebrow because I know how IG Live works. You got to press some buttons.
You got to press some buttons.
You gotta do some.
At one point, it's like, are you sure? Like, it's not like an accident.
It ain't just like you. Like if I just sit down on my phone on its side and it opens the camera app, that's one thing. But you're telling me opened IG and opened IG Live and started recording. That's a lot to happen on you just throwing your phone on the bed. I don't know if that was, I don't know. Could have been really an accident, but that's a lot of to happen for this to be an accident.
Accidents don't happen like that. This is kind of, the connections to this, I don't really.
Yeah, but like I said, the only thing that made me look away is, like I said, all of this about, well, at least people are not saying he's gay anymore. And I'm like, okay, but first of all, I never thought he was gay. And if he is,
what?
Who cares?
I'm like, well, what does that even matter, dog? What are y'all talking about?
Yeah, but when you keep bringing that up, I'm like, okay, are y'all trying to dispel narratives? Is that why he did this? I don't know. Very weird. But
you do like gigantic numbers. Like, you don't even need this stunt, dog. What are you doing?
No, you're super popular. Like, you're more popular than you've ever been in this media space. So you don't need to do that.
We're talking about the Marlon thing for I can't stop
great interview
about watching that interview. Why are you doing this?
No, he's smoking it. His podcast is doing very well. The Nightcap stuff, he's doing well. He's on ESPN on First Take. He's killing it, man. Like, you don't need to do that. But again, could have really been an accident. I don't know that for certain. I just, a little skeptical of a few things being said and done here that look away. But it is what it is. It gave us some funny internet moments that broke up some of this Wayne conversation for a little bit. And then people got right back to the Wayne thing.
And feel like, all right, we're done with the Unc thing. Let's get right back into Lil Wayne and why he deserves this. Here's 6'7" from 10 years ago. Remember?
Oh my God. One of the funniest things I saw as well, where people like anybody that saw him perform at WrestleMania, y'all know he should be doing the Super Bowl. And I was dying laughing because I was like, oh yeah, I was there. And I was initially excited when he came out. I was like, oh man, Wayne's here. And initially came out, and I was like, okay, cool.
You know how I know you didn't care? Like when you did like WrestleMania recap for me, the Lil Wayne part wasn't like, you didn't nothing. Like in any other time, you'd have been like, and Wayne came out and he killed blah blah blah. Nothing.
It was a cool moment for Jay. It was a cool entrance.
I still don't understand why. Well, why is Lil Wayne with Jay though?
I don't know. The funniest thing about that clip, because I've watched it several times, is him doing like the first few lines of Millie, and then he stops and he's like this. and it's like he's like stopped with his hands up, like he got caught doing something. Like, wait a minute, am I supposed to be here?
Oh yeah,
like,
I'm only doing 4 bars. Stop there. It's like there was a rundown sheet and it had a big stop at that point, and then you stop, Lil Wayne.
he looked so surprised at one point, like, whoa.
Maybe he didn't know that many people were out there.
Yeah, no, every time I see it, I laugh at that part, man. Very, very funny.
And then there's another video of him like opening for Beyonce or something, and they're like, "This is what did it." And I'm like, "You guys are so fun."
Again, I like Wayne, man. But there are so many funny clips. That other clip of him, he was like, that people were like, "This is what y'all want to see at the Super Bowl," and he was doing the record from one of his last albums, and it's like half of it you can't even understand what he's saying. He's just making noises. I was like, yo.
It's funny because it's like, dog, if Lil Wayne got this, like the rehearse, like he would kill it. Like it would not be some random video from some random show. Like it would be like a spectacle. And so, but it's still so funny. Hilarious.
Yeah, a lot of things about this are very funny. But in the midst of this, we also got a new Kendrick record. When a Party Dies, he dropped it on IG. That turned into about as normal discourse as you'd expect, because he was still throwing some shots on there. And people were like, "Oh, what happened to
that boy?
It's weak to put stuff on IG, and now he looks like a hypocrite. What happened to put a name on the bullet and all this subtweet stuff?" And I'm like, okay, but the song is dope, so I don't care. Song is fire.
I'm kind of just like over the battle shot. I'm like, I just listened to a dope Kendrick song. You guys shut up. Who cares? You know what I mean? Like everything has to be deconstructed. Every bars. I'm like, dog, just let me hear these raps that I like.
Yeah, the song is fire. This is a guy that thinks very heavily about everything. He puts a lot of thought into every single thing he does.
Insane.
But just the idea of him starting all of this by putting out the record with the leather glove on the cover, and then ending this with the worn out black Air Ones.
Does this kind of feel? I listened to it a couple of times. It kind of feels like this maybe was one whole song. Like it feels like from 616 to the end of this.
It does.
Like
it feels like it feels like he did a lot of this in one recording session, and then just broke it up and dropped it in separate songs. But I love that it all feels like this ongoing story from 616 to really starting with Euphoria and 616, and then getting all the way to this record. But yeah, that theme of him putting the leather glove picture out, and then ending this with the worn out black Air Ones. And if you know what black Air Ones are attached to, what black Air Force energy is attached to. I thought that was very funny.
I love that Kendrick's also like quietly dismantling like the record business, because like he's not attached to anybody, and he just puts out a song on IG or like randomly on YouTube, and it's like not for anybody, it's just for him. And it's like, this is what needs to continue to happen moving forward, because we got to start destroying these record labels.
Yeah, I liked a lot about it. I think people were saying, "Oh, the beef is not over," and I think he's been saying from the beginning that it's not over. I don't think this.
Been like, who said it was over?
I don't think this is him trying to bait him to respond. I think this is him responding like, when I responded, but putting out a record like, okay, when literally the party's over, like we've all got past the actual spectacle of it, like, let's also get into the fact, like, it ain't just him. You also suck. You're also enabling this. You're also a problem. I very much love the record. It's a lot to get into on there.
How he gets into like Ack and Charlemagne, like, you guys keep saying the beef is over, but you haven't stopped talking about it ever.
Yes.
Like, what do you mean it's over? You never stop talking about it.
Yeah. Very deep record, very layered record. But I expect no less from Kendrick Lamar. Great record.
And these days, like, people, like, he gave up Not Like Us, and it was a big party record, and people are like, I'm tired of this. And then he does something else, and then I'm like, well, he can't please you guys at this point. So I'm glad that he's putting out the material that he wants to, because it's hard.
Yeah, put out that song that starts the Not Like Us video, man.
See, Kendrick is There's still, when did All Right come out? People still bring that clip up on a weekly basis, Phil.
Oh my God.
On a weekly basis, people are like, drop this, Kendrick. I'm like,
when are you going to put this song
drop
out?
It.
He's never going to do it. That was years ago.
He's going to do this again with this Not Like Us little intro. He's just going to be like,
come on, man. You know how many times I'll just randomly be sitting somewhere and just randomly think, woke up looking for the broccoli. Put that record out, bro. Stop playing with me.
It's so hard. Well, maybe it's going to go on his next album, but also I think about the All Right video and I'm like, he never put that record out.
Yeah. We got some more music.
Stop saying that about that damn record. It's never coming out.
It's never coming. Stop asking for it. He's not going to give it to you. But we got some other good music this week. I haven't listened to a ton of it. The new Joey Badass single is dope. I listened to that.
I haven't heard it.
Really good. It's got Chloe on the hook. It's dope.
Oh yeah, no, I was in some subreddits and people were mad about Joey. They're like, he fell off. He's too blah blah blah. He's not the same Joey he used to be. I'm like, whoa, they're talking.
I mean, what do you expect? This
they're like, he's not the same way as 1999. Like he was like 18 years old, bro. Like. Which I would expect him not to be like that at all.
You expect people to change, like
please.
He's not gonna make the same music that he made almost 10 years ago.
A legit kid, a child.
Yeah, no. You can still listen to 1999. I still listen to 1999 all the time.
Ain't it on streaming services now? You can pull it up. It's great.
You can go pull it up. And 2000 is a good record. I don't know why.
2000 is a great record.
Yeah, we got the Dolce record. We got a lot of music. I didn't listen to all of it, but we got good music.
What did I listen to? I listened to some of the LL again.
I haven't heard any of the LL album.
Mm-hmm.
Is it good?
Yeah, the LL album is really dope. Like, it's Q-Tip production, so it's amazing.
Oh, really?
The whole thing is produced by Q-Tip.
Oh, yeah,
you gotta bump it, dog. Yeah, there's this one song called, I think it's Passion, that like back to back to back to back. Like Q-Tip production and LL's trying to like get into, like, if I was in Tribe Called Quest, I'm like, nah, play this loud. I love it. It's really dope.
He's got the Eminem verse on there. I saw that. But yeah, I haven't heard the whole album.
Don't say nothing.
Not for nothing. I didn't watch any of the awards this week because I don't really watch awards.
Oh yeah, me neither.
But I saw all of Eminem's performance. I liked it.
That's it.
I liked it. No, seriously, I liked that. I thought it was dope.
Like, you like Jack Perry?
Yeah, I like Jack Perry, man.
You like that performance like you like Jack Perry?
No, seriously, I thought it was great. Seriously, I thought it was great. And seriously, I do like Jack Perry.
Okay, I got you. I'm gonna play. I guess LL had a performance on there too, which sparked another controversy because what some outlet put out, hip hop is having a midlife crisis.
Yeah, that was nasty.
I'm like, what is you guys? Leave us alone.
That was a nasty headline, bro.
Leave us alone.
Let our artists age and put out music. Like, if he's still putting out good music, it's not like he's just decided, oh, I'm gonna go and try this again and it's whack. Like, the music he's putting out is good. So chill out.
LL Cool J, he can rap until he's dead. If he's 80 and he wants to put out a record, he could do that. We're here because of him. What? Yeah. There's not a midlife crisis. If he wakes up and he invented this shit essentially. That's not like he was like a farmer for his whole life and like, oh, I want to be a rapper now. He's a rapper. That's what he is. That's his title.
Yeah.
Frustrating.
Yeah, I saw that headline. I thought it was nasty.
But
what
do you mean? Especially after a great record too. Like, if it was trash, I'm like, yeah, what's up? But no, he put out some dope shit and you're saying this? Like, I agree if it's on some trash, but it ain't trash.
Yeah. Appreciate you guys if you are still with us for all of our culture talk. Before we get out of this and get into some wrestling and some super chats and everything, some icons in our culture passed away this week. It's really sad to see it, but also two guys that had great careers, that lived a long life. Rest in peace to James Earl Jones, one of the greatest actors of all time, in my opinion.
Insane. The voice of like our youth, essentially.
Yes. Darth Vader, Mufasa, all the stuff that he was linked to.
Sandlot. Come on.
Yeah, man. Sandlot. All of the acting role he's done. Yeah, fantastic actor. Seemed like a phenomenal man as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, rest in peace to him. Condolences to his family and friends, and also just thanks to everything that he gave us entertainment wise.
He gave us so much. Like my entire life was like some kind of James Earl Jones thing. Like my cousins and I watched Sandlot. Like, you know, when you get into that mode where you just watch a movie every day, that's just what the movie, like that was the movie for a long time. And like his connection to that and being in that and like feeling like that guy's like your uncle or you like that dope uncle that you have. That's like kind of what James Earl Jones represented for his whole career for me. Like, so rest in peace to him. Thank you for your contributions and sending love out to his family.
Yeah, both of us are like big fans of Welcome Home, Roscoe Jenkins, and I think of him in that movie as well.
Dog, I love Roscoe Jenkins. He's hilarious in that too.
Yeah, but yeah, he's not here anymore. Michael Clark Duncan, also very funny in that movie, is not here anymore either. I was just thinking about Talladega Nights the other day and just how funny Michael Clark Duncan is in that as well.
Huge wrestling fan. We like Michael Clark Duncan would have been on Grapsody, like if he was still alive. Like that's how much
I didn't know he's a wrestling fan.
Dog, they are WrestleManias where he's front row going ham. Like
I did not know that.
Obsessed with. There's so many shows. If you look back, he's in the front row going crazy. Loved wrestling. A huge wrestling fan.
Yeah. Tina, yes. Coming to America. King Jaffe Jofer.
I mean, Coming to America. That was the other movie that was a daily for a while. Just like, put Coming to America on for the whole 24 hours.
When I was in the office, me and a friend, we used to quote certain parts of Coming to America all the time, and I always would just randomly walk past his desk and go, "My son works." What is this? What is this big dolls?
My son works. Legendary, man. Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah. Rest in peace to James Earl Jones, man. Just was sad to see that, but also he's lived a long life, man. He's had
the 90s. I'm like,
yeah,
you did it for us, bro.
He did it. Had an incredible career, man. Nobody's really done it like him. And when you see how many other black actors gave it up to him and like said that they idolized him. And I mean, we seen Denzel come out and say that he was his hero, and you know he was part of the reason he wanted to be an actor and all these things. And
when you got the gods of this saying like, no, that's the guy, it's like, all right, he must have been something, and we know he was something.
Yeah. Also, rest in peace to Frankie Beverly, another icon for the culture.
Voices in our childhood, man. That's just
another icon for the culture. Soul R&B singer, Philadelphia legend. Man, can't say enough about Frankie Beverly and Maze and how much great music they put out, how much music they put out that is attached to so many memories. I mean, immediately when I hear their music, I always think summertime because you think like barbecues, family reunions.
I was gonna say like party music, essentially. It's what it is.
Yeah, just real good, feel good music, man. Like just thinking about like going to Mississippi when I was a kid and going to like family reunions and shit, and like there would always be Frankie Beverly music playing. You would always hear his voice growing up at these kind of functions, or even just getting in a car with somebody, getting in a car with old heads. They would always
auntie singing it. Like it's just a part of your life. I think we had a family reunion in like 95 or something, and I just remember like that's the soundtrack to your family reunion, soundtrack to every barbecue, soundtrack to just like a random auntie or uncle comes over and is kicking it. Like just the connections that Frankie Beverly and Maze had to black culture and black music is, you can't measure that.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when Beyonce did the cover of Before I Let Go, and how that got played everywhere that year, and I was just like, no, this is great, but also Frankie,
the original is
Frankie's energy. Like, man, listen, man, one of the greatest opening few moments of a song ever. Like that guitar solo and him hopping on, man. Like, bro, everybody I know, as soon as it comes on, knows all the words because it's just like one of them records, man.
There's as an artist, you try to make timeless music. When your music is still in movie trailers and movies, and how I can't even name the number of many years later, that's timeless music, and that's the type of music that Frankie Beverly made.
Yeah, so
Like Beyonce covered him. That's how legendary this guy is.
Crazy. Yeah. Rest in peace to Frankie Beverly. Thank you for all of the great music he's given us. Like incredible music, incredible moments attached to this guy. Yeah, it just people like him and James Earl Jones, when they pass away, it's like, oh man, you know they're eventually gonna go because nothing is forever. But it's also kind of like, dang, really?
Yeah. That's exactly how I feel. It's like, man, not these guys. But then it's also like, man, they lived such long and fruitful life. I think James Earl Jones was 94 years old, and it's like, bro, he did it. And it's like he was still alive for these last couple of years and times. It's like, man, that's wild. So yeah, rest in peace to those amazing gentlemen, and thank you for enlightening our childhoods.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't even imagine. You're saying he was about 94, so he was around from the 30s. Like, can you imagine being around from the 30s and just still walking around? Like, that's crazy.
When you said that, I'm like, the 30s sounds. We weren't. He wasn't allowed in places. You know what I mean? That's
1000% was not allowed in places.
Cannot be in here.
Yeah, nah. But I used to think that all the time with my grandma when I used to go pick up her prescriptions and stuff, and I'm like, you've really been around since like 1933. Like, that's crazy.
The 30s. Cars wasn't even around.
Yeah. Yeah, he was 93. I'm looking at it now.
Mm-hmm.
Frankie Beverly lived to the young age of 77. Mm-hmm. So again, two guys that lived a long life, had very storied careers, gave a lot to the world. And
as we see with rappers, James Earl Jones lived like 4 different lives because he got to 93. So black men getting to that age is awesome also.
Yeah. Yeah, send us your super chats. We can get into some other topics if you just want to share your memories of either of those two guys or yell a question at us or something. Send us your super chats, or you can also send us a humper chat where we get more of the piece of the pie. It's humperchats.com/FIFO,
where we get money.
See, our first super chat we got from Coffee Black. He says, "Credit boys," was at it again. Me and Reg immediately laughed at that, and I immediately texted him that last night after I saw that whole credits thing. This guy,
I had a huge laugh last night. You guys looking down at my phone, reading one message, and then the next message being credit boys. I cried.
Very, very funny. This guy opened the show, man. Like the first thing, like soon as SmackDown opened, Premiere on USA, he pops out, time to play the game. I was like, okay. And so we get his whole entrance. And then after the show's over, we got credits. We got credits on a wrestling show. I've never seen credits.
Like it was a bit. Show. It was a bit like, oh, these are credit boys. Him and HBK, they love to get their shit off. Now he was like, you want to see credit boys? Here's actual text of it.
Nah, I'm gonna get my credit.
No, y'all think this show just happened? No, I was out here, brother.
I just want you to let you know that I was a big part of why this happened. My voice plays on a little montage of WWE together before it comes on. I come out at the beginning and I put the credits on. That's me. Just so you know, me.
I did this. I did this. Put my name at the end, dog. I want them to know that your boy Paul Levesque was out here, dog. Phil, what is this man doing? What is he doing?
Very, very funny. We'll get into.
Daddy didn't even do this kind of stuff. That's crazy.
Yeah, very, very funny to me. We'll get into the SmackDown premiere in a minute.
Oh my god!
Yeah, triple Ash.
That's crazy.
From Bagav, he says, "Happy Grapsody Day. Time has flown by. 15 months. Yeah, has been a member for 15 months. Appreciate you, Bagav.
Always here every week, supporting, representing for us. We really appreciate that. 15 months is a long time.
Yeah. From D-Lo Diggs, he says, "Is it bad that I didn't know the NBA 2K25 dropped this week? Also, lost a lot of legends this week. Frankie Beverly on repeat." Absolutely been playing a lot of Frankie Beverly this week. But yeah, I knew the 2K25 dropped. I haven't bought one in a while. It's a very abusive relationship, NBA 2K. It's one of those things that I've spent a lot of time over the years playing, but the game is just so frustrating. So it's like just everything about it.
A lot of goodwill, man. I hear so many fans exactly what your same story of like I was in that relationship for so long, buying it every year.
Yeah,
and they just disappointed every year.
Microtransaction us to death, and just so many things about it that I'm like, I used to love this game, so I did know it came out. I just don't want to pay for it. The last one was on Game Pass, so I was playing it because I was like, okay, well, I pay for Game Pass, so I'll get it, but I don't have any immediate interest in buying the game. I have been looking at trailers and stuff for it. I might get suckered into buying it because I've been suckered in.
Excited about it.
I've been suckered into buying other NBA 2Ks.
Is it still like the video games are like crazy these days? Like sometimes you can't even start them up without them being like, "Did you want to buy this first?" I'm like, "I already bought this. What you mean? I'm not trying to buy nothing.
Everything.
What's going on here?"
Give us some more money. Everything now. From Hey, what's over there? He says Wayne can still perform at the Super Bowl. It all depends on Wayne's respect or love for Drake. I don't think that will really come into play. I think if they can come to an agreement and Kendrick reaches out, he'll probably be there.
After seeing that video of him saying he was disappointed, if he got reached out to and Drake was like, "Don't do it," that'd be insane. Like, what kind of friend would that be? I saw you really wanted to do this. You probably shouldn't, though. No, I don't think so.
I mean, it looks crazy. Him having the fucked on Wayne's girl that's conniving on the record, and then you come out at the Super Bowl with Wayne. That looks kind of crazy.
I mean, he did fuck on Wayne's girl though.
It was conniving.
Also, it was conniving.
No.
So, where's the line?
I don't know. Another one from Hey, what's over there? He says, "Not Like Us at the Super Bowl halftime show is going to be diabolical." That is interesting because I'm very curious if he's going to be able to perform that entire song. Because there are things on there that I would imagine that NFL and the FCC would not like him saying on television.
I can't say that part. No, can't say that.
Can't say pedophile on television. You can't say certain things. It's gonna be interesting to see what he does with that.
Nail a nigga to the cross. You can't say that. There's hella stuff in that verse that he can't say. I don't know if he's gonna perform it, Phil. If we're keeping it real, maybe the hook.
You're running to Atlanta just to get your check balance.
This like they not like us. Maybe just the hook, because like. Yeah. You can't have the Super Bowl, the pedophiles in A minor. That's.
I mean, yeah. I mean, just opening and getting the beat playing and doing a hook is probably gonna give us the vibe. I don't know. I'm very curious to see how he's gonna do it.
But also, if he does any of it, to have that's the biggest diss track of all time. Like it crosses into that. Like Ether they didn't do Takeover at the Super Bowl. Like this is, if he does that at the Super Bowl, this is officially the craziest diss track of all time.
Yeah. Boy, the timing. Aaron Busby says the only thing the only thing is I learned from this week is that Kendrick moves the needle and folks need to learn that Aubrey lost. I mean, he very clearly lost his battle.
Busby wants everyone to know, though.
Busby getting mentioned on Marlon Roy was one of the funniest things I've seen this week.
I don't know what universe we're in, Phil. I'm like, what is happening here? The Shannon Sharpe thing. They talk about Busby on Rory and Maul. I'm like, this universe is crazy.
I was dying. Who is this? Who said that? Mr. Busby?
The biggest Drake hater in the world. I think Maul and Busby need to have a big debate. You know what I mean? Like just a one-on-one debate.
I don't see that happening. Well, speaking of, we got the debate this week as well.
Also,
presidential debate. And yeah. Some of what I expected. It's very different where you're not debating Biden and you're debating somebody that can competently get you out of here. And she had him out there, flopping around and flailing.
The narrative around that was disgusting.
Yeah, he got some hilarious sound bites out of it, but the overarching theme that I have from this is you can't vote for this guy to be president. This guy cannot lead this country. He seems like a crazy person.
If you're thinking about it, what are you thinking about?
Yeah, but yeah, the sound bites of they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, and all this other stuff, which in a vacuum is funny, and I did laugh at it, but it's also pretty racist.
It's like, what?
It's pretty racist. Like, I mean, you're saying that, and this has turned into people being pretty xenophobic and racist toward Haitians, which is kind of crazy. I'm a Chicagoan. This city was founded by a Haitian man. I'm not going for any Haitian slander.
I will never go for Haitian slander. Arguably the best rapper in the world is Haitian. His name's Makami. I would never. You don't slander a damn Haitian. What are you talking about? Like, all the talk around it was like, what, man, what? How do we even get to a point where that's mentioned in a debate? If this happened in '96, man, like, the fucking world would have stopped, and this was just like a tidbit on the show. And I'm like,
yeah, we're definitely getting closer to the election. Election is less than 2 months away.
It's coming up. Register to vote, you guys.
Coming up, but yeah, the debate, and then seeing Jill Stein of Breakfast Club and a bunch of other stuff. I was like, this has been definitely a week.
Everybody told her to not get out of here because she's distracting. She's getting votes away. She's taking things, and then they give her a platform. I'm like,
yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting to watch for a number of reasons.
It'd be like us having somebody on here. Like, no, why are you doing that?
Yeah, send us her running mate. What's her running mate's name? Is it Butch? I think it is. That's hilarious. It is Butch. Butch where?
Butch.
Send us Butch. Let's get Butch over here, man. Like,
that's insane.
For Vance Winblade, only when the people cry out the sacred words, only when the world eyes are on the hunter, only then will Drake be slain. It has been foretold.
A Drake proverb is crazy.
Appreciate you, man.
Shout out to Vance Winblade. I don't think he'll ever be full. Like, this is like a knockdown punch, but like the way that his fans are, he can come back so quickly. He'll
be fine. If he drops a big record,
right back to it.
There's some people that are
keying in the street immediately.
Yeah, there's some people like the Busby of the world that are just gonna be on his neck forever. But
no matter what, that was without the Kendrick battle. He was still gonna be like that.
Exactly. He was ready to do that anyway. It was a Drake record that came on the other day, and I was like, nah, this is. I feel y'all. We're on the fuck Drake, but this is.
They be having a boy fucked up. I hate it.
Yeah. From Leonard Ayers III, he says Shannon clearly sees nothing wrong with a little pump and grind. Also, that was quote unquote accidental, as Mox going 89 funk on Danielson last weekend.
Very intentional.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I have questions when it comes to accidental, but I don't know. From another one from Leonard Ayers III, he says, "Oh, shout out to Clutch for making the call to keep Shannon at the 4-letter network. Paul Pierce, meanwhile, gets clipped for being Disney with women on IG, while Shannon is clapping cheeks is wild." You know, I will never forget that Paul Pierce thing. One of the funniest things I've ever seen. This dude getting his hair cut, and it's
smoking weed, drinking Hennessy. I'm like, no, Paul Pierce is having a good time. I'm like, I'm trying to get Paul Pierce's house.
He's got strippers around. Like, Paul Pierce is a wild dude.
Like, Paul Pierce is having a great time over there. But yeah, though, this shows the levels. Like, I fucks with Paul Pierce. He was out here, but Shannon Sharpe is like way different.
It's different. Nah, he's getting vouched for by the highest paid guy on the network. Like, he's not going nowhere. I knew that coming out the door. And when not Shannon, but when Stephen A put out his response, I was like, we already knew that. He ain't going nowhere.
No, not at all.
There's too much money linked to it, man. I thought that with the Lincoln Park thing as well, and I was chuckling to myself because I'm like, it's too much money linked to it, man. They're not doing it. They're not moving. They're not changing. Man. It's too much money.
It's onward and forward. We got promotional things. We got things kicked off already. We're doing this.
Yeah, they were just at the forum, right? Yeah. Nah, it's too much money, man. When the money is leaked in, they're not listening to you like
What
that.
a
Man.
sad case. Like I would have went to that show, but I was like, I can't. All right.
Yeah, it was some nasty stuff this week as well. Chester's son got in the midst of it, and it was some stuff that I was like, "Oh, this don't look good, man."
Yeah, I kind of checked out when I saw Chester's son stuff. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, and he's got some history of yelling at Mike Shinoda about things, and it's like, this is going a direction. Get us out the group chat. I'm good. I don't want
Get us out the group chat, please, man. I don't want to see this.
Another one from Hey, what's over there? Phil, don't do it. The game is even more microtransaction heavy than last year. Yeah, I figured as much. But yeah, appreciate you.
They have like 2K so funny now because they have like internet personalities just like featured on there. Like you'll see like Kai Cenat like playing basketball. I'm like, that's really dope for those people, but like it's an interesting space to be at this point.
Yeah, I seen Kai Cenat getting in, also joking on Shannon as well. But that's also why I just think a lot of things are funny. Like just how quickly things started happening around this. It's like, okay. I don't know.
They moved fast. They were like, all right, tonight we have a big stream. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
All right. Got you.
From Call Me Mr. Branda, he says, happy Grapsody Day, everyone. Long time listener, first time chatter. Let's talk some wrestling. Appreciate you.
Awesome. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for submitting that super chat. We will get into some wrestling on this show one day.
Another one from Hey, what's over there? He said, Dot could just play the instrumental and have the crowd do the rest. He absolutely could.
Will that crowd do the rest?
There's a part of it.
Forgetting about that This is a Super Bowl crowd. Those tickets are like $35,000.
Yeah, there absolutely is a part of that crowd that will do that.
Yeah.
See, let's get some humper chats in front of me. Sorry, I did not load that up because I am doing double duty.
It's my fault, you guys. My other computer is dead, so I'm logged in a different computer to give you guys what you need. It's Grapsody, baby.
Nah, man, teamwork.
About to get into some All Out stuff. My friend was there. PWI 500. Every time I look at our little lineup, I'm like, oh, damn, people are yelling at me about that, too.
Let's see. We got some humper chat from Tony P. He says, we really lost some recipes in our community these 2 weeks with Scoop, James Earl Jones, and Frankie. Always sad to see unreplaceable people go, man. Next, the Sabre Ho Brigade popped back again after that was announced for the Super Bowl. I was not expecting you to call them that. You're getting into your Cody Crybabies bag.
Honestly. This is what it kind of feels like, though, because the narratives, like the Kendrick stuff, some of the narratives, I'm like, okay, y'all do still got Kendrick fucked up, though.
It's narratives on both sides that are kind of crazy. The way people are kind of like, but does Wayne have a catalog? I was like, all right, let's not do that. Like, I no, we ain't got to do that.
No, I feel like we were just celebrating. It was just one of those Twitter threads where everybody's like, post your favorite Wayne clip, and everybody was celebrating that like 2 weeks ago. I'm like, shut up, you guys.
Yeah, some of this is it's a little crazy.
Now Wayne don't have a catalog. All right, shut up, you guys.
Yeah, let's relax. More from Tony P says Birdman and Nikki popping out with the dumb shit is extra nasty considering what they've done. Sorry to him. As for Wayne and his feelings on the matter, he can feel how he wants, but I don't know for real. Pack on time, Black Air Forces. He's letting it be known this beef is forever now. LOL. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. Like, I listen, I respect Wayne's feelings about it. I understand where he's coming from, but also it'll be fine. It'll be okay.
It's like corporate sponsors, all kind of stuff, man. Like that.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't just like Jay-Z being like, all right, Kendrick's gonna perform. It's like Kendrick, they're like, here's Kendrick, here's Maroon 5, here's fucking Chaperone, here's all these people that could potentially do it. And Kendrick just happened to be the one because he has a gigantic single.
Yeah,
you guys.
See more from Tony P says him and Hanger need to collab for a hater seminar. As for Hanger, he is now worse than Swerve. Swerve was all about business, but Page, he is nothing but hate now. All Out was good, but all I am going to say is that Kendall's spot with Sheeta was one thing. Yeah. Appreciate you, Tony P. We will get into some more Humper chats in a minute. But yeah, let's get into this AEW All Out card because that was this weekend. Was a great show. I was in the building, sitting next to your co-host.
Yeah. Both of my co-hosts are having a great time at an amazing wrestling show. Wasn't jealous at all.
Yeah, great show. Chicago wrestling crowds, man, can't beat it.
Y'all came outside for sure on All Out night. Very excited.
Yeah. See, we got get this card in front of me. We got a bunch of 0-hour matches that I did not know were going to be there until I was sitting there. I was like, oh wait, this is announced. That's announced. Cool. We opened with the Acclaimed taking on Iron Savages. That was a cool, pretty quick tag team match. I immediately was excited because I think I was texting you while I was walking around in the hallway. I was like, man, we better get Hologram on this show. So when I got to my seat and I heard Hollow the Don's music, I was like, let's get it. Hologram in the building. Hollow gang, man.
Listen, in Chicago, you got to have some lucha on your card, and Hologram is the guy for Chicago. I knew when they announced, I'm like, oh, Chicago's going to love this shit.
Yeah, and man, let me tell you, in that building, fans like Hologram, bro.
Yes.
But yeah, Hologram and Sammy Guevara, Dustin Rhodes took on the Premiere athletes and I guess Ari Daivari is a part of the Premiere athletes. Yeah. But yeah, so Premiere athletes, Tony Nese, Ari Daivari, and Josh Woods. Pretty fun match. Got the flippy stuff in, got the crowd into it. Then we got the Bang Bang Gang taking on Dark Order. Very excited to see Big Juice in the building, Guns Up in the building. Another fun sprint.
Ready to have your boy Jay White back though, for sure.
Yeah, man, definitely miss seeing Jay White on television. Then we got another big trios match, 3-way trios match, Undisputed Kingdom taking on the Beast Mortos and Shane Taylor Promotions. What a very strange combination of people, but the promo from Collision made this even funnier. I don't know if you saw it, but just the promo to put this match together was very funny.
Right. Essentially, they offered Mortos. Shane Taylor's like, I paid him more. That's why he's going to be, because Mortos keeps being on everybody's team, and it's like, oh, it's for money, I guess.
Yeah, but they also those two teams took on the team of Top Flight, which again, Pilot guys is in the building. Dante Martin, Darius Martin. Yeah, I still don't know how I feel about some of the Pilot gear, but this was a fun match.
They still got the Pilot gear on. It's still happening. It's very, they're great, so it doesn't matter, but it's like, why are y'all wearing that?
This time they came out with the flight suits instead of like the Pilot, and I like that better.
Better, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's really the way to go, to do something that's kind of like more Top Gun than just like Pilot.
I mean, they are Top Flight, so it should be closer to Top Gun.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. But yeah, this was a fun match. I like all the teams involved.
Yeah, it was a bunch of sprints in the 0 hour. I liked it.
Yeah, fun way to kick off the show. Opening match was incredible. Loved the opening match. Opened straight away with MJF taking on Daniel Garcia. Man, this match was great. It's funny because when we did the preview last week, I was saying we're probably going to get the better Osprey match. I kind of think we got the better Max match as well.
I agree.
This was great. I thought that this made Daniel Garcia look like the future of this company. We've got contract stuff with him going on. I don't know what to make of some of that, but regardless of what he does next, this guy is a very good wrestler.
Wow, yeah, this really showed it. I think kind of the theme of what All Out represented in contrast to All In, how All In was the big celebration and we got a big show. It's our biggest show of the year. All Out is about blood, feuds, and hatred. I love that this match, Danny jumped him to start the match. All the blood feuds in this show, they started that way of like, no, we've been talking about wanting to rip each other apart. Before the bell rings, we're going to get at it. And that's exactly what this was. Danny jumped him. The big flag fell on everybody, got the big drop on him. But the thing I loved about this is Max was a veteran in control, just like slowing down the match, keeping Danny grounded, but just beating his ass for a lot of it. Danny was that exactly what he should be, fighting from imperiled babyface that is giving his heart, fighting from behind, doing crazy submissions, trying to break MJF's neck. There was a lot of story and emotion in this match.
Yeah. I I love the start of the match. Max doing his entrance, coming out, no longer having the American flag, so he has the big Burberry flag that comes down behind him, and he's doing all of this, and out of nowhere, Garcia comes out of the crowd and jumps him, and the flag falls on the front row, and so I'm sitting here like, whoa, he's really getting jumped in there, and Denise is next to me like, look at those guys flag fall on.
I saw she posted like a video like, look at this flag on everybody.
She just died laughing at them trying to get the flag off their faces. And I was like, this match though.
These are so funny. But yeah, the jump start was really dope. I thought that starting off the show with this and Daniel Garcia, the controversy surrounding him, the results, the first thing I yelled out loud to myself while watching the show is, I guess he didn't sign that contract yet.
This was, again, like you said, the exact match that these two men should have.
Exactly.
Another one where Max proves that he is a very good technical wrestler when he gets in there with another guy that's a techer.
He can do any style. Max is that guy.
Very, very versatile wrestler.
Yeah.
Man, this guy a few weeks ago got in there with Will Osprey and did a springboard moonsault to the outside in this match, doing all of these back and forth submissions and counters with Garcia. I thought the finish I was very confused by it at first, but I thought it was smart for what they did.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, after a few seconds, I thought the same thing you did, like something's off here. Because I would assume you just give him the win, especially with the news that we got also that this was probably the way to write Max off TV for a while, because Max is going away for a minute. So I was like, why not just give him the win then? And the only thing that makes sense about it is if you're right that he hasn't signed a contract and they don't want to just give him the win over one of their biggest stars, and then they don't know exactly what his future is with this company.
Yeah, I thought, because at one point, even in the match, like, Garcia's bloody, MJF's like hamming it up for the camera. I'm like, oh, Garcia's gonna win. Like the format of the match and the story of the match was setting it up for Garcia to get the big win.
Yeah.
And so then he loses, and I'm like, okay, that wasn't really what is expected. But yeah, like you're saying, if this guy's leaving, he goes to a different company, and his last match was a big win over MJF. We can't, like, no. That sounds crazy.
Yeah, I thought the aftermath of the match also was very good. Very much set the tone for the show.
It still left Daniel Garcia with some heat. So
yeah, very much set the tone for the show. He's one of the few baby faces that actually got comeuppance on the show, even though he lost. First match of the night, heel won, and then Garcia afterwards got his beat down on, did the pile driver off the top rope, and I assume that that's the way to write Max off for a bit. But it was a good way to make Daniel look good in defeat. I don't know what the contract situation is. I don't know what the future holds for this guy, but really a big fan of him. Really good wrestler.
I don't know, Phil. Like I'm in two different kind of places. I feel like the story of what he's built in AEW, he still has to finish. Like, I feel like there's still a place in the next 2 years. There's something that 2 to 3 years, Daniel Garcia could be AEW World Champion. Like, I feel like he's built that goodwill with the fans, the stories that he's told, and where his trajectory is leading to that. And so if he stays here, he could get there. If he goes over to WWE, he essentially has to start from scratch. And that's not a bad thing, because he's such a talented person. But do you want to start all the way from scratch and have to build 5 more years of goodwill over there? I don't know. I'm sure they're offering a great bag, so that would make it a little easier. I just don't know where I land. Well,
are they? Because the report that we just got last week is that AEW was offering him more than the market value.
You're
for him.
right.
So it sounds like AEW is probably offering him way more than WWE is willing to offer him.
Oh, I forgot
So
about that.
I don't know that it's just a money thing.
Damn.
I don't know. It either way, I think that there's a lot more for him to do with this company. I would like to see him involved in Bryan's last year with the company because of their history together. I kind of feel like we should have gotten one more Bryan match.
We should have.
I don't know. I don't know how you get to that, but just me as a fan, I wanted to see it. I don't know, man. I don't know about him also going over there. I don't know what that looks like. I think he's gonna do well no matter what he does. Very young guy. He's only 25 years old.
Young dude. Yeah, he has a lot of time.
So I don't know.
Like he could go over there for 4 years and come. Like it's the sky's the limit for him. But like in this immediate time, like I don't know. I think he has more stories to tell. But like as a wrestler, some wrestlers feel like they want more. But like you just beat him. I mean, you were just in the ring with MJF. Like
somebody just said in chat, and I forgot I saw this yesterday. But we got that aggregation of our guy Ibu saying that WWE is very horny to sign this guy.
When I read that, I was like, "What am I reading? What is this verbiage being used?"
The fact that they aggregated it, and the funny thing is, when I saw it aggregated, I was like, I can hear Ibu saying that in his voice.
1000%. When they were like, I read it, and then I was like, they wwere like from Ibu of Recipe. I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, it's a bunch of ways to look at this. That because I mean, if it's not the money thing. And you just look at like the last few years of AEW, and they're constantly signing some more people, signing ex-WWE people, signing New Japan people. I can see if you're Daniel Garcia looking around like, okay, where do I fit in this company? Where is my real room to grow here?
True.
Because while I think he's a great wrestler, and I do think there's more for him to do there, I can also see him saying like, man, it's getting pretty crowded over here. And there's always going to be some new big signee that's going to be a few steps ahead of me that's going to be here, and I have to work that much harder to move up in the ranks. And I don't know. It's definitely probably stuff we don't know as well.
It's frustrating.
So
you walk in a locker room and Osprey's in here, Pac's in here, Okada's in here, Bryan Danielson is in here. You know what I mean? Like, bruh, Swerve's in here, Hangman Page is in here. Like,
it's stiff competition. It's going to keep getting that way. And when you see
that also could be motivation, like what you're saying. Like if I do cook, like I could be in the ring with these guys too,
Absolutely. But when you see other things this week, it does kind of look like maybe we should be focusing on the young guys. Maybe we should be focusing more on the homegrown guys. That's immediately what I thought after Dynamite was over. I'm like, why did we do that? Why didn't we just like go with a young team? And that's kind of in that vein with this stuff with Garcia, where it's like, man, you bring in this guy that's a shiny new toy, and that's the guy that's a fixture every week. Yeah. I can see somebody that's been there for a long time that's younger looking around like,
it should have been
okay, what do I need to do to move up and be in that spot? Mm-hmm. And if it's not a clear sign of what do I need to do, maybe I need to try something else.
But where is his place over there? In the Tony D family?
I don't know. But yeah, your boy was on TV this week as well. Is it that? He was on the premiere for SmackDown. Is this the first time we've seen him on WWE television since he went back over there? And your boy.
I didn't see it.
Rico.
What is he doing?
He was standing in the crowd clapping. He was one of the cameos.
Has he been on NXT?
I don't think he has. That's why I was asking. I think this is the first time we've seen him on WWE television since he went back.
Hey, I saw some of them cameos. We're talking about All Out. But yeah, Daniel Garcia, man, I legit, it's up in the air at this point.
Yeah, best of luck with whatever he does. I think this guy's got a bright future no matter what he does, man. He's so excellent wrestler. He's shown that he can do the character stuff. Has vastly improved as a promo guy as well. And that was the exciting thing to see out of this feud. It was good to finally see him get a big time feud and a storyline that he could sink his teeth in, and to do something else other than just like come out and do the dance or do something else. Like, and if he does stay, I just want to see more stuff like this. Give this guy more meaningful feuds. Put him in a title picture. Do something like put him in a TNT title picture. Put him in the international title picture.
I'm also kind of interested. We could see a reverse Cody Rhodes, Drew McIntyre here. What does it look like on the side of I was in AEW and I don't feel like I had enough, so I went over to WWE and cooked for a couple of years and came back to AEW as a big star. Like, we haven't seen that thing yet.
Yeah.
A lot of new ground to cover.
Yeah, we shall see. We shall see. After that, we got the AEW World Tag Team Championship match. The Young Bucks took on Blackpool Combat Club, the team of Claudio Castagnoli, Wheeler Yuta. I thought this was a good match. Sitting there, though, and this is Chicago, sitting and just like being a fan of this company for as long as I've been a fan of this company. I was at the very first All In 2018, and just thinking night and day of that main event of the Young Bucks coming out and just how crazy the reaction was for them, how loud that crowd was for them, and sitting there when they came out and did their entrance here, and it's just like the perception around these guys has changed so much, and it's
match on the card, just like a match, like it's different.
Yeah, it's like this match was fine. I just wish that there was more of a story, more of like rivalries here. But
AEW has a problem.
Yeah,
the people become the champions and then they immediately get a title shot. They got to stop doing that. They have
I
stop doing that.
Which is what I alluded to last week with the Jack stuff. But
they have to.
And there was more than one champion on this show that was challenging for another championship, and they have to stop doing that.
Stop doing it. Like, what's the point of having championships if all the champions are fighting each other? We need
for another championship.
Like, it's a point. Yeah. Like, the championship's at stake, so give it to someone who doesn't already have stakes. Like, what are you doing here? It doesn't really make sense. I just hate how they continuously do that specifically. Like, oh, they just won a championship last week, so they get the title shot. No, it's a frustrating part of their, and it's not just in the tag division, it's in every division at this point.
But yeah, this match was fine. It felt it just kind of came and went. I thought it was a very strong match though. I think over the last few weeks they've been giving us the Young Bucks we want, giving us matches, but how do I say this? I think this EVP thing has run its course. The crowd is not really reacting to it. They're not really getting the heat that they initially were getting from it. And you would think with this being the Chicago crowd that crowd would give them something, and it just wasn't really there. I think the main issue with it is when they initially started it, and they added Jack and added Okada, and then they attacked Tony on TV. They had something. They had some heat to it. There was some actual like good energy around it.
Right.
But the problem with like a big evil authority figure thing is you need another hot baby face to go against. You need somebody that they're going to go up against every week and they're holding them down, and the crowd is with that side. Like,
there's nobody set up to beat them.
Yeah, like Mr. McMahon does not work if there's no Austin or Rock or all these other hot baby faces for him to get heat from holding down. They don't have that.
Like Sting, that like NWO got really hot when Eric Bischoff joined because Eric Bischoff was holding fools. Like, there's no Sting. Yes. Eric Bischoff isn't like, you can't do this, you can't do these things. There has to be some counterpart to it.
Exactly. If you don't have Sting counterpart to that, then it doesn't work. And that's the problem here, is that the EVPs and the Elite as a whole just don't have that hot baby face. It's not necessarily the fault of what they're doing, because part of it is they don't have Kenny. If Kenny was there and you had Kenny to play off, it would be a bit different. And, you know, there are other things that stopped us from probably being as hot as it could have been. But I just don't think it's working. I think you got to pivot and do something else.
I think this match shows even more why that's a thing, because when this match got kicked into high gear, it was a great Young Bucks match and you guys were into it, and the crowd like, this is what we want. Just get in there and fucking wrestle. Like, you could get back to being the Young Bucks in 3 fucking weeks if you did 3 hot matches. It's just like the theme and the gear and everything. Like, people are just not attached to anything of it. It's like we know who's inside that gimmick. We love those people, but the gimmick is just not working for us.
Yeah, listen, the way that I would have went up in that crowd if we got the super kick party, bro. Just put the tassels and the leather back on.
Or when they were doing the Wayward Sons thing, dog. Bring, like, yo, we were doing something here. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, this EVPs thing is just not really doing it for me no more. I'm just kind of over it. And I don't think
CM Punk. Saw CM Punk fault.
No comment. But yeah, it's not really doing it. And I don't think this title run has been really good either. Because they just don't have any of the stories or anything to justify it.
And Phil, Dynamite didn't make it any better.
No,
Dynamite did not.
Because I mean, these are the Young Bucks. These are like 2 of the most innovative men to come into tag team wrestling over the past decade. What they initially did with the company, even though I feel like they should have just been champions in the first year, they still were doing things that elevated that division. They still had the rivalry with the Lucha Bros. They still had things that kept that tag division thriving.
Private Party got a big win over them. They were doing stuff.
Yeah, and the tag division is cold right now. And with them as champions, I would feel like the thing to do is put them against, other upcoming tag teams that don't have anything going right now, and just get to it. Elevate those teams. Do some storylines. Do some rivalries. And it's just not happening. And I don't understand why.
And then every time the Wednesday match was so fucking egregious, man. Like, the tag team, the 2 tag teams that they should be locked in a feud with, they had them take each other out. So Grizzle Young Vets comes down, and then the FTR just immediately takes them out of the match. I'm like, but you guys, like, that's who's gonna save us from. I just don't really understand what was going on.
We'll get into some of the Dynamite stuff as well. That's a completely different can of worms. Dex, if this is true, that is crazy. 3 title defenses in 5 months. 2 were in the last 2 weeks. Yeah, that's not good.
Crazy, Phil. Because I've came on so many podcasts being like, just get this on the Young Bucks, let them wrestle, and we'll get back to it. 3 defenses in fucking 5 months.
That's
for a division that's pretty rich. If you let these guys cook, is awful. And the BTE gimmick thing that they still do, even though they're not doing that, where they're like, they're listening and they're trolling us at the same. Like, I don't want to be trolled anymore, dog. Just fucking wrestle. Like, I understand what you're doing, and you're saying, you guys think no, get in the fucking ring, dude. That's it.
Yeah. But yeah, despite all of this stuff we're saying, I like this match. I thought the match was good. I just was sitting there while the match was happening and like looking around at the reaction to the Bucks, and I'm just like, this is just like sad to see. Like, it shouldn't be this way.
Great match, wrong team in this. Like, I don't know, not one person in that building believed that Claudio and Yuta are gonna beat the Young Bucks. So what are we doing here?
Yeah. But yeah, we got, man, possibly one of the matches of the night after this, which came as no surprise given the 2 guys and my excitement going into this match. Will Osprey versus Pac for the International Championship.
Brother,
man, I've been in the building for 3 Will Osprey matches this year. When that guy comes out there, the energy completely changes. The way that crowd reacts to him, they bite on everything he does. When he comes out and the big Osprey chants start, that crowd was super hot for him, hot for this match.
When he comes out of the tunnel with that big smile on his face, just knowing he's about to cook, and the crowd is just like, think they're seeing like a god or something, so excited and enticed, and every little movement that he makes, and the Ospreys are insane. It's just like, damn, this guy is so over. Like, everything they wanted to achieve with making Will Ospreay into a household name, they've done it.
Yeah, this, man, it's crazy to think about. This is still just his first year with the company. And I was sitting there halfway through this match, like, nah,
What?
they might have to make this guy champion soon, man.
Dog.
He's out of here, man. He's easily one of the most popular guys, not just in this company, in wrestling right now. His matches have been incredible. I mean, every single pay-per-view match has been a banger. It's hard to even pick like what is my favorite Osprey match from this year because he's had so many of these. It's tough. It might be the Bryan match.
The Bryan match, yeah.
It might be a Bryan match, but I mean, also
this
like
match, brother.
the Swerve match as well. Like, I mean, he's had a lot of them bangers, but this one, buddy, this one, man, this match was incredible. It almost felt like Pac came out with something to prove, and man, these guys
which is crazy.
Yeah, these guys were going at it from the second the bell rung. Some of the counters in this match were insane. Again, just being in the crowd for his matches, it's just different. The way that the crowd reacts to all of the big high spots, the way they react to some of the big counters and the big strikes, the hidden blades. Like there were several points in this match where I hopped out of my seat, like, "Yo, what?" Man, the spots on the apron, just like, man, this match was amazing. I definitely want them to run this back at some point.
Yeah, the beginning of the match with them going bar for bar and tit for tat, like I could do this, but I can also do this. And then somebody posted a clip online of every time Osprey would do a flip, Pac would look at Aubrey and be like, "What the fuck? Like, help me with this fool." It's just like a little funny tidbit in there of like both of them being like, "I can't out counter this guy. Like, they're one step ahead of me." The counters in this were insane. The apron bumps of the Dragon Rana and that German suplex. I'm like, wait, these guys are trying to kill each other, I think. The hidden blades out of like nowhere essentially are the short one that he did where Pac was on his knees. I'm like, this is high level pro wrestling. When I talk about spot foo, when I talk about fucking the highest athleticism you could get, it's these two guys doing what they did in this match. Some of the craziest wrestling spots you'd ever see in your life. That brain buster that Pac did off the top rope. Man. What?
Yo, I definitely was like, dog, your neck. Like, wait a minute.
Careful up there, you guys.
Yeah, there were a bunch of spots that they hit where I was like, oh my God. Yeah. It was very funny at one point this week. Somebody sent me the clip of the crowd yelling Styles Clash, and I was like, I know, because when he was setting it up, I immediately yelled Styles Clash like the New Japan commentary team. I immediately like, yes, man, what a great moment, what a great match. Like, and then the crowd made the match even better because the crowd was just like on the edge of their seat for the entire thing, reacting to every second of it. Excellent match to see live.
Again, we talk about how a crowd can enhance a show, and we've talked a lot this year about WWE and how amazing those overseas crowds have been. But no, America came through. Chicago was fucking hyped for all of this show, and they enhanced it. Like, this match would have been amazing, but it took it to a godlike level with the crowd and how insane you guys were. Thinking of the dumb clip that I posted, but that ended with Pac hitting that Hurricane Rana, that snap one. Like, what are y'all doing?
Man, the one-upsmanship in this match, just like the counters, the flippy stuff, like even when I knew certain things, like I knew Osprey was just gonna land on his feet after something, and it happened, and
it still hit.
It just still hit seeing it live, man. Just like
I know he's gonna flip out of this. He flips out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I tweeted at one point like, "Yo, this is like a religious experience." Like,
it is, man.
Man, one of my favorite matches I saw in person this year by far. But also like because it could be a little biased because I'm an Osprey fan, but also big Pac fan. That first year of him in the company, those matches he was having with Omega. So it's cool to see him in this spot again because he was gone for a minute. He's been in spots several times where either he was gone because of the pandemic or like some travel issues or he's injured. So it's good to see him here and having big matches. Seems like he's going to be a part of a big storyline as well. So really excited for that.
Yeah, no, you made the point the exact point of this. Coming into this match, Pac for some reason had something to prove. They had him fucked up. He's been, I don't know, like there's kind of the same Daniel Garcia thing we're talking about. Like there's shiny new toys. There's Okada, there's Osprey, there's all these people that maybe are higher on the totem pole than you are. And Pac knows I can out wrestle any of these fools, no matter what. Like line me up against anybody on the other side and I'll outwork that fool. And he has that confidence, and he came into that match and did exactly that. Like, I'm gonna fuck that, and Will Ospreay's over here. That fool study my tapes coming up.
Yeah, Pac is definitely one of them guys. So, like, yeah, coming into this and thinking like all of the hoopers on this card, like Pac is absolutely a hooper.
1000%. Like I say, any day, Pac could be the best wrestler in this company if given the opportunity. That's how great he is.
Yeah, I didn't talk about it. I forgot this part when we talked about the 0 hour, but we did not get the advertised Mariah May championship celebration match. She punted us again. It was like, nope, I'm not doing it here. Why would I do it in Chicago? And we got this very
sky blue pop for some reason.
It was a very awkward segment. They sent Sky out there, and Sky started to cut a promo, it seemed, and then Mariah cut her off, and Mariah gave a very odd promo as well. And then this led to Queen Aminata coming out to help Sky Blue, and that set up the title match this week for Dynamite. Very odd segment. It almost felt like, some signals got crossed or something got changed.
Something felt like it happened. It didn't feel like there was, I don't want to say enough effort put into it, but there should have been more from Mariah May, just like and then we'll do the Mariah May thing. Like it didn't feel like there was enough into it.
Yeah, based on like how good her feud was with Tony and that storyline was, this segment was just kind of like, okay, what's this? So
that's it.
I when we talked about it last week, I kind of thought we were going to get Mina or somebody, but of course Mina had the Stardom show that weekend, so she couldn't be there. But that's also why I'm like, something seemed off about this. And I thought that again, based on what happened with Dynamite, which we'll get into. But after that, we got, I just said one of the matches of the night with Osprey and Pac. But I honestly feel like Statlander and Willow stole the show. They were,
oh my God,
man, they killed it. I mean, in a very, very challenging spot coming after that match and how high the energy was for that match, and coming behind that one, and not only did they kill it, but I felt like they kept the crowd just as hot coming out of that match.
They did, man. Like this could be considered the death spot for a lot of people. You just came off a 5.5 star match, two of the best wrestlers in the world going bar for bar. What can you do after that? Oh, do this. Have a match that has two of the best women's wrestlers in the world. They have a super hot feud built up already, and they're going to have a Chicago street fight with all the best elements of a death match in this too. There's light tubes and there's tables.
Light tubes.
There's thumbtacks. Status landing in the split position in the thumbtacks, Phil.
That looked crazy. That looked crazy.
I was like, whoa, hold on a minute. That hurts, don't it?
Yeah, man. Yeah, this match was fantastic. Wow. Easily stole the show, and I'm tempted to say it was a match of the night for me.
Honestly, with the heat behind it, with those women's like I said, they had light tubes. Women's matches in AEW don't usually feature light tubes. They did the spear spot off the stage. That looked awesome. Even beginning it with Stat power bombing Willow onto the announce table and it collapsing. I'm like, oh yeah, this is hard.
Yeah, no, this was very, very good. Just thinking about the year that Willow Nightingale has had, though. The big match with Mercedes at Double or Nothing, won a CMLL championship, and then having this big match on this show with Statlander. Not just having the big match, but having the ongoing storyline with Statlander that built up to this. And I feel like this, as much as we were saying Mariah and Tony was one of the best women's feuds this year, I also feel like this storyline with them has given us one of the best feuds that the AEW has produced with the women. Because I feel like it's done so much for Willow, and then it also reminded people that Stat is also a hooper as well. Like, man, I think that her TBS title run is very, very much underrated. People forget that first year with the company before she got injured, she was on track to be champion at one point. She was smoking it in that first year.
Yeah, this is kind of the same story as we were telling with Daniel Garcia of like, again, shiny new toy. We've been talking about Tony, we talk about Mariah, we talk about Mercedes, all these great women who have joined the AEW roster, but Chris Statlander is legit one of the best women's wrestlers in the world. And we knew off rip that she was, but she's gotten even better since then. And I think she came into this feud with that same kind of pack mentality of like, I think these people got me fucked up. They don't know that like what I am capable of doing. And I think that she showed exactly who she is in this match of like, I could do hardcore, I could do high flying, I could be in a bloody match. They got the dog collar out at one point. Like, this was all the elements needed to really show that Stat's one of the best here, period.
Yeah. Statlander also has two of the best women's All Out matches. Got a great match out of Britt Baker in 2021.
Yo, I forgot about that.
That match is so good. One of the best matches on that card that year, and I feel the same way about this. I feel like Statlander absolutely killed it here. Willow was fantastic. A lot of big spots here. A spot through the barricade, like you said, the spear off of the stage. I was wondering how the chain was going to play in, because I thought initially this was going to be a chain match when they were saying that Willow was going to pick the stipulation. But I'm glad that the chain came into play, because it's been such a big part of their storyline from the beginning. And I thought the way they used it for the finish was very smart. I thought the finish looked very like nasty. I thought it was a great way to end the match. But it's again another heel winning, another match where a bad guy did something very nasty to someone to put them away. We got a lot of that on this card. I saw after the show that a lot of people were saying that All In was like the New Hope, and this show was like the Empire Strikes Back, and it definitely felt like that, because a lot of like feel good moments from that show led to this one, where the heels came into the show and got their vengeance. A lot of hate played into this, and a lot of very, very violent matches. And I feel like that had from the very beginning of the show, the very first match with Garcia and MJF kicked it off that way. Very violent. And this match was another one where it was just like, violence.
Exactly. Just like I said, these are blood feuds, so nobody's waiting. Like, every time the bell rings, everybody's at each other's throats. They want to kill each other. At the end of the match, you're like, half of the match you're covering your eyes because they're doing disgusting things. At the end of the match, you're happy that it's over because these two people were killing each other. You're like, man, get these people out of here. They really hate each other. But just shows how great Stat, and like you said, the year that Willow has been having is incredible. She climbed some spots on some lists due to the work that she put in. Like, yo, you are incredible. Like, all the matches that I heard that she had a banger last night too. I haven't even seen the match yet, but she's been having a really great week, month, year, life.
Yeah, haven't seen it either, but what a year for her. Even the conglomeration stuff has been a lot of fun. Easily one of my favorite baby faces in the company, not just in the women's division, just period in the company. What a fantastic match, man.
And she looked amazing also. Do not get it twisted. When she walked out there, I was like, oh my godness in heaven. The funniest thing about this, Phil, is at the end of the pay-per-view, I was like, there was 2 black death matches in the, like, at the end of it, like 2 black death match workers came out of this. It was great. Willow had one, Swerve had one. I'm like, oh, that's what's up.
Hey man, I think that's dope. Give black wrestlers other opportunities to do other things. Give them big spots on the card, doing other things than what we are used to seeing them do. Because man, there are a lot of black deathmatch wrestlers doing indie matches. But this match was really good. And they've had multiple matches like this as a tag team where they've done street fights. So it was fitting for them to get the one-on-one match. I thought it was dope also, the Mercedes quote this week where she was giving it up to this match and saying that it was one of the best matches she's seen this year. Loved that they showed up and showed out, absolutely over delivered, and the consensus from a lot of people is that this is one of the best matches of the night,
one of the best AEW matches of the year. Anything, just an amazing match.
We got the Continental Classic matchup next. Kazuchika Okada defending his belt against Mark Briscoe, Orange Cassidy, and Konosuke Takeshita. Sorry,
That's him.
got tongue tied a little bit there. Sorry. But yeah, no, this match was, man, another one. Fire match. Okada is still very, very much over heel, but man, people love this guy. The second he came out there, that crowd was hot for him.
Okada and Takeshita face-offs, brother.
Yeah,
Line me up for it. Lock it in. Okada is different, man. Like, there continues to be this talk around him, but when that coin drops, he walks out there and that bell fucking rings and he throws that Okada drop kick, bro. I'm standing up in my room, jumping up and down every time.
Yeah, I have some gripes with the way that he's used.
Definitely.
I think the comedy stuff he does is legitimately funny. I like the character stuff he's doing, but the thing that makes me not worry about any of the stuff that I don't like is what exactly like you said, when it's time for him to be a big match wrestler, he shows up every time because he's that guy. Like so I'm not worried about it. The second they need him,
how to do. He's like, oh, you need me to be a big superstar? Okay,
yeah.
I got you.
The second they need him for like the big pay-per-view matches or the big time feuds, he's gonna show up, man. So I'm not worried about that, man. He absolutely showed up here. The closing stretch of the match where it looked like he was in trouble because all the other three guys were in the ring going back and forth. And then he proceeded to get in the ring and basically clean house, beat all of them by himself, and then win this match. Was one of the wildest things I saw on this card. And this is on a card where we saw some incredibly violent things, but watching him get in there and just beat all of these guys down by himself, I was like, nah. Okada different.
It
man.
makes me remember exactly what you're describing. When they need Okada to show up for a big match, he showed up. When he got in there and started being Okada, you're like, oh yeah, that's Okada. I forgot. And it like it's not out of the rim. Like, Okada could get in there and beat those three guys' ass. It's fucking Okada. Like, when he locks into that mode, it's over. When it's Rainmaker time, it's over for these guys. And I love just getting that showcase, adding more prestige to this championship, and adding more to this looming Takeshita feud that is just building up, man. It's gonna be when they get that one-on-one,
man.
Oh my God,
so good, man. The beginning of this match, and it looked like they were gonna go one-on-one, and they did the stare down, and shit, man, that crowd,
man,
popped huge for it. And then Orange Cassidy slid in. I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm hydrated. I don't need no orange juice, dog. It's cool. It's cool. Like, I feel you. I like you, Orange, but nah, it's cool. Let's just get this. Like,
not the time.
But yeah, no. Orange also was great in this match. Go figure. Great wrestler. Mark got his spots in. The spots where Mark was going one-on-one with Okada and he was hitting him with the chops and the kung fu. Very, very funny. But big froggy bow he hit towards the end of the match. Caught them knees to the stomach though. Yeah. But yeah, of course, not surprised by the finish. But man, what a great match. This felt like almost like one of those big collision matches just on this card, and it hit.
Man, that's exactly what I said. It felt like a big collision main event. Sometimes you just need those. It's the match on the card. Everybody just kind of goes crazy. Big showcase for all the guys. You got some of the heartbeats of AEW, Mark Briscoe, Orange Cassidy. You got some hot young Dagger and Takeshita, and then Okada. It's a great combination of people. And I thought they were kind of in another spot of like, we just saw two emotionally draining matches.
Yes.
We need some kind of match, and this was the match to fill that role.
Yeah, this was a fun match, even though, again, bad guy won again. And the way that he won, again, systematically just dismantled all of these guys to win, because it almost felt like the setup for this match was, oh man, he can really lose because he doesn't need to be pinned to win. And it also, he just popped up like, nah, I'm inevitable. Like, you think these three guys are going to beat me? No.
These aren't the guys. No, not these three. I'm going to beat these guys' ass right now.
No. Yeah, but yeah, I love this match. Not surprised.
It's just different, dog. Like I said, as soon as that coin drops and he walks out and he's fucking with that robe, it's like, damn, this guy.
Money raining from the sky for this guy. Every time he does the Okada spot where the camera zooms out and then he just does the middle finger and the crowd still reacts to him anyway.
It still does it. I'm like, yo, he tricked him again and it still works. Okada is that guy. I'm ready for more.
Yeah, love that they're continuing to protect Konosuke's mystique coming back from the G1. They're still planting the seed for the one-on-one match, and
when they
very
did
much excited.
that Rainmaker counter into the Blue Thunder bomb, ooh-wee, I was like, oh, we hooping. Oh, we going at it. We going for it.
When they actually went back and forth in their exchange, just that little bit of a tee for the match. I can't wait for this one-on-one match, man. This was excellent.
Kenny Omega's gonna cry when that one-on-one match happens. Gonna cry tears.
Excellent match. We got the AEW TBS Championship match next. Mercedes Moné took on Hikaru Shida for next up, and this was a good match in my opinion.
I liked it.
I was disappointed by the end of it because it wasn't as good as I hoped it would be.
It broke down.
Yeah, the match itself was very good until about maybe 2 or 3 minutes left into the match. I was enjoying it up to that point.
Yeah.
The way it started, they started with the big strikes. They started hitting each other at high speed. Some of it was a little bit sloppy, but it felt very much like a Joshi match from the beginning.
That's what I liked. I liked a little bit of the sloppiness. It felt like a real fight. Like it felt like these ladies are really in there going for it. You know?
Yeah, it felt very much like a Joshi match to me. Just like there were bits of it that I was like, yeah, this feels like the kind of match that they could have in Japan. Right. I think where it started to break down was the kendo stick spot. I don't think that needed to be in there. And when it was happening, because they built this up of having a stipulation that Camille wouldn't be out there. So when they started doing that spot, I was like, okay, somebody's gonna come and help Mercedes. And then nobody ever came. So I was like, why did we need that then? It just didn't feel like it fit the rest of the tone of the match.
Yeah, it was pretty confusing when they got locked into the kendo stick thing. I was like, well, we didn't really need this, and like Shida wouldn't. It didn't really make sense.
Yeah, you've been kind of teasing that Shida's turning heel, so having her be reluctant to use it, I didn't even understand why you would do that with her character at the moment.
She was heel. Hit her with it.
Yeah, that was because it didn't even really make sense for her to think to use it, because I'm like, okay, if you use it, you lose the match. This is a title match.
Right. And you're the ace, you're about being the champion. That wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, so none of that worked for me. But then we had the weird closing segment of this match where Shida hit her with 3 katanas, right? So the first one she hit, and it looked like it didn't hit well.
It didn't hit the best, yep.
The second one, she absolutely blasted her with it.
She made sure it hit.
and it was so funny when it happened. I was like, oh my God. And I said, yo, Denise, she got rocked. And she was like, really? And I was like, dude, she got rocked.
The first one was kind of like a grazed her. The second one was like, I'm not missing this one.
She absolutely rocked her with that second katana. And then she grabbed her and started picking her up. And when I rewatched it, I was like, oh yeah, Mercedes not happy.
No.
Like I could see it, like her reaction. It looked like she was like, 'cause again, with Joshi wrestling, a big part of Joshi wrestling, I've seen it a lot to start in matches. It's like grabbing somebody around by their head, jostling them and pulling hair. And so when she started grabbing her hair,
black women are different. They don't play.
They are different. You gotta be
all the Joshi games you want. They'll fight in here with you. One thing you can't do, we can have all the fight. You can hit me with a kendo stick. You can slam me through a table. You can put me on thumbtacks. Do not touch my hair.
Do not touch my hair. And she was very much pulling the wig, and like at one point it looked like it came off.
At one point, she just getting Mercedes up, and Mercedes is adjusting. I'm like, all right, this is something.
Yeah, that's when it started really, really getting messy. And then she hit her with another katana, which I was like, okay, all right. And then
Phil,
Mercedes kicked out at 1, and that's when I immediately was like, I don't think that was supposed to happen, because you hit her with 3 finishers and she kicked out at 1. I was like, nah.
Even if she rolls out of the ring so fast, I was like, uh-oh.
And it wasn't even like, it didn't feel like it fit the match or nothing. It was just like, what happened?
It didn't feel like it was moving towards the next spot, it was just an awkward. When she got out of the ring so fast, I was like, wait, what? Hold on.
It was very, very awkward. Like all of the stuff around like her adjusting her hair and everything. That's why, like I said, all of that stuff in the closing stretch of the match was just like, what's going on here? But then we got the finish. The finish was again, we got the discourse again about Mercedes' finisher because it didn't land the best, but I also think it was part of how messy the closing stretch of the match looked.
That's it.
The Moneymaker is not a bad finisher. It's just that it's too reliant on the other person selling it well and being on the same page with you. It's a bit too much of it's too tough to execute with everybody. You need something that's easy to execute. Like when you think of all of like the best finishers, and that's why the super kick is what it was. That's why Sweet Chin Music is what it was. It's because it's easy to just execute on everybody. Think of like Rollins and like the curb stomp and how you could just execute that on everybody.
RKO.
Yeah, and so this is the same thing. It's not that the finisher is bad. It's just that it's so dependent on the opponent doing what they need to do to make it look good.
Exactly.
And so
we just had this conversation last week when we were talking about Liv. You can't do that spot on every single wrestler because they all can't take it like that.
Yes. And so yeah, I think she's gonna have to rethink just like how she uses that finisher and how she like just the setup, or just only use it in certain matches or something, because it's just not working.
Mm-hmm. It can't be your every match finisher because it's too much room for error, and like every woman wrestler is gonna take it different, and that's not when you got to move like that. That's too much on both wrestlers having to think about how to do this, This might be too complicated. You got to get them up and you got to swing around. You got to get in a DD. Like, there's a lot. Like I was saying, I think that when she first started doing it, she was doing it on like luchadors and they could fucking maneuver and do anything. So it probably like looked away. You and they're working with Samurai Del Sol and Lindsey Dorado and shit. Them motherfuckers can do all kinds of shit. They can maneuver into anything, any kind of DDT. So it's going to be different when you have to do it on different people, different weights, different sizes, like different heights, like all kinds of stuff.
Right. And I mean, that also goes into her old finisher and just doing the backbreaker into the bank statement. Again, that's another one where it's easier to just execute on any kind of opponent. And I think that's been kind of the issue here. And I mean, I've seen her execute it well. I thought it looked good when she did it with Willow and she like did that transition into it and carried her into the middle of the ring and then did it. She's had moments where it looked good, but again, it's just that margin of error is just too tough with it.
It's too tough. Yeah, so like she hits it, the match is over. Mercedes looked peeved, and so she meets up with Camille, and then she just looks back at her. She's like, "You're lucky to be in the ring with her." She like yelling back at she. I'm like, "Ooh, this looks."
Mercedes did not look happy throughout the closing stretch of this match, especially at the end of it. Like you said, when she got out of the ring, there's a picture of her walking up the ramp, and like the look on her face, I was like, yeah, she is not happy.
I'm sorry to laugh, Mercedes. I love you, but it looked like Mercedes is so mad, right?
She looked not happy.
You're lucky to be in the ring with me. She was giving it up.
She was definitely giving it up. But this is also part of me being a sicko. I thought all of this was funny, and I was sitting there clapping because I was like, "Nah, it's wrestling, bro. Get to it."
It's wrestling, and in Sheeta's brain, Sheeta's like, "I don't care about your hair. We're in here fighting, dog. What you mean? What you mean? Like, I can't touch your hair? We're in a fight." Sheeta doesn't even know.
So
she's making the biggest cardinal sin in the world of like touching a black woman. She's like,
you cannot do that. You can't be touching a black woman's hair, man. But I enjoyed bits of this match, but yeah, I definitely felt like it could have been much better. I was disappointed on the whole, but
I mean, the Dynamite match they had was better than this because
I agree.
Break down. So like we know that they could do it. That's how I know that something wasn't right in there.
Yeah. I definitely think it was better than the All In match, which it's not really it's not really a high bar, but still, I feel bad because this is 2 pay-per-view matches in a row with Mercedes, and it's just giving fuel to her haters of like it's her because there's a common denominator here. But it is what it is. She's had good matches this year. That's what makes this so weird. Because I saw somebody else talking about it, and they were like, "I don't understand the hype of her. Like all of her pay-per-view matches have been a letdown." I was like, "Have they though?" Because the Willow match was good.
Yeah.
The Vakira match was very good.
That's what I'm saying. I like him. I think she's had a bunch of them. I think the only Brit matches I didn't like, and this one broke down at the end, but for the most part, it still was a good match. And the thing that I like about her run is she's had so much variety. Like all these matches have been hella different. I'm like that. I like it. I don't know. I'm not in the same boat as the people being disappointed, but
yeah, I don't know, but it's also she's just reaching that spot with people where she's just very divisive.
She is,
and so it is what it is.
Because some people hate her with a passion. I'm like, I love Mercedes. She's my favorite women's wrestler of all time. So
yeah, I'm sorry, we're Mercedes fans over here. We're fans of some people that people don't like. So
that's true. That's very true.
I have to take it on the chin because I'm fans of multiple wrestlers that other people don't like.
That's a big fact.
So it is what it is. We got speaking of which, we got Bryan Danielson taking on Jack Perry for the AEW World Championship.
Speaking of people you're a fan of,
what did you think of this match?
We get to that point of it's Bryan Danielson. So like when he got into high gear and he started kicking his fucking head in, I'm like, this is lit. This is great. This is Bryan Danielson. But like for the most of it, I didn't believe Jack Perry for 1 second. Like I didn't believe he was meant to be here. I didn't believe any of his false finishes. It was like Bryan, like I wanted to see Bryan Danielson have one of those heroic performances, and the other side of it wasn't really it was a good match because Bryan Danielson's in there and Jack Perry's a good worker, but it didn't really have, something was missing. Maybe I was like hungover from the All In match, but something was missing, you know?
Yeah. I like Jack Perry, man. I do. I think he's a good wrestler. And
I like the gimmick coming down in the car, the Jack. Yeah. I like everything surrounding it.
Yeah, I think he's a very good wrestler, and I think that this match showed again that he could belong. Kind of remind me of some vein of the title match he had against Kenny Omega when Kenny was still doing the belt collector thing.
Yep.
It just was worked in a different way because Kenny was the big heel in that match. But I thought he wrestled a good match. The thing I think that Jack is very good at, almost underrated at this point, is just playing into a crowd and just getting a crowd to react to him. Because the Windy City Riot match is a prime example of this, where that crowd was hot and they were hostile, but he continued to get great reactions out of them. There's like a big Doki match. I don't remember if that's the Rampage match or because it was in the build up to his Forbidden Door match with Sonata.
Oh, yeah. Was it? Maybe it was a Collision match.
I don't remember. It might have been. It was either a Rampage or a Collision match.
Yeah.
But that Doki match had no right to be as good as it was, and he got such a good reaction out of that crowd because he's good at that. He's good at playing to a crowd, getting them to react, and he did a lot of that here. The problem here, and this was kind of the thing that I was concerned about coming into the match, is I don't think that he has the right amount of heat for this kind of match. And that's not to say that he doesn't get heat and that he can't get a reaction, because he can. I just think coming out of the big match that you had at All In and coming into this match, you needed somebody with Bryan, because Bryan's going to come in and get like this massive babyface pop. You needed somebody that could counteract that and get the kind of heat that would rival that. And I don't think that Jack had that. And that was my...
They thought that you guys in Chicago were going to still be holding into that heat thing. They thought there was still going to be, we hate Jack Perry, but it's not really like that anymore, right?
Yes, I think that they thought that the Chicago crowd was going to make up for that. If anywhere he could get this like massive heat to counteract Bryan, that it would happen in Chicago. And it didn't quite happen. He came out, he got a reaction. There were several points in the match where he was getting reaction. And don't get me wrong, there were people in that crowd that were yelling like "fuck Jack Perry" and all this other stuff,
all that shit, I'm sure.
all of that stuff. But it just wasn't.
There's still a big base of that don't care about CM Punk.
Absolutely,
care about Bryan Danielson and Jack Perry having a match.
I think there's even more of this crowd that doesn't care about any of that, and they actually like Jack. It's the same with the Bucks.
Yep.
Like, there's a big part of the Chicago crowd that even if they are Punk fans, they're not going to come out there and boo the Bucks because they still like these guys and they still like Jack. And so I just don't think that there was enough heat to justify this spot that he was in. And like you said, it never felt like Bryan could conceivably lose this match. No. So it never felt like the story that you're building in 2 weeks really justified this. And maybe I'm wrong, but it just never really hit that kind of level of it deserved this match. This is a match that I felt you could have just done on TV if that was the case. It didn't feel like it needed to be in this spot in this pay-per-view match. And again, this was part of my reasoning that people weren't listening to and they just thought I was just being mad for the sake of. I just think coming into it, and especially what we got this week, it even confirmed my point. I'm like, bro, we could have just had Nigel answer the open challenge, man. And when you look at the reaction Nigel got in that promo,
Phil, especially considering what this card was. We're locked in blood feuds. We've seen Willow and Stat go to war. We've seen Max.
Bro.
We've seen Max and Daniel Garcia go to war. We're about to see Swerve and Hangman kill each other. And this match is just like,
this is
right, you know?
Exactly what I was going to say. Nigel and Bryan fit the tone of this card way more. When you think of like on site, when you think of like your biggest hater having this match, there is no bigger Bryan hater in the company than Nigel McGuinness. That should have been a match.
He came into the company being like, fuck Bryan Danielson. I can't wait to beat this nigga's ass from off rip.
That should have been a match. But again, this was a serviceable match. I just never really believed it. And then it furthered.
We don't need serviceable. I agree it was a serviceable match, but this was what I was complaining about. Like you, this is Bryan Danielson. How many more of these do we need? I don't think I like Jack Perry a lot. Good kid. He should. How many? If we got 10 Bryan Danielson matches, I'm not giving one of them to Jack. And this showed why I wouldn't give one of them to Jack.
No, and like I said, that's not a knock at Jack at all.
No,
great wrestler. I think that he's come a long way as a heel, come a long way as a character. But it just wouldn't have been my preference for this show. That's all. And sitting there watching it confirmed all of my reasons why. Right. And I think the other problem was it was just a bit too long. It was like 27 minutes. And the thing is, if you're sitting there the entire 27 minutes of this match, knowing Bryan is going to win this match, the ending to this is inevitable. And you're just kind of building around the spots of him getting to points where he can kick his head in and get this big comeback spot. It just doesn't hit as well if it takes too long to get to it. I think you could have cut a considerable amount off of this and just made it like a much more concise match. And then you had like the ref bump and the Bucks getting involved, and I didn't need that. But like the actual stuff in the match, man, like Jack hitting that big knee strike at one point, great. Jack's taunts in this match, fantastic. Bryan is still Bryan. I don't care who you put him in there with.
That Jack hit off the Busaiku knee was crazy,
bro. The way that he like flipped backwards into that, man. Like there was a lot of things that I liked about this match, but again, just in this spot, I didn't need it. I think it would have worked better at another spot, or just not on this card. I just don't feel like it fit.
Open switch this and Max and Daniel, like put this on first and then have those guys.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, or something. Because it just maybe they used it as a fucking cool down match, was just crazy. They're like, we're about to have some heat for the main event. Maybe we'll put Bryan in because it got to there because it's Bryan and he's on his final run, and like I said, he got that Chicago crowd. The Chicago crowd, first of all, loves Bryan Danielson. He could do anything in the world. So when he's lighting up and saying, get into this, and everybody's hyped, it's going to be hyped. But
of course,
the whole match wasn't that, you know?
No. I mean, when he came out to Final Countdown, crowd was absolutely into it. Super high for him. When he kept trying to do the yes chants and get in the crowd in, the crowd was playing in, but it just felt like too much of, they could see that the crowd was kind of lulling to sleep, and so they would have to keep going. Come on, guys, come on. And that's why I'm saying that's why I was saying it just didn't feel like this was the right choice. But again, solid match. I thought really the story of the night was everything that happened afterwards, which is kind of more of my point about the match in general, is that the story stuff after the match was so much more interesting than the match itself. Because right afterwards, we got Christian Cage coming down with his contract. He looked like he was about to cash in. And buddy, this is how you know somebody is a good heel and they're doing all this stuff, because I would have been furious if
Phil, I was screaming at my TV.
I would have been furious. Everybody that was sitting around me, I was like, no fucking way. If you give me one title defense as champion and this is the match, and then you go straight to Christian cashing in, get the fuck out of here.
I was screaming at my TV as Christian was walking down. I'm talking about screaming. Do not do this to me right now as Christian's walking it down with the rest of the patriarchy. But it did set up a very cool visual of Mox coming to interfere before Christian gets to the ring.
Yes.
The rest of the gang comes up. See, the Pac thing off rip. When Pac, I was like, Pac doesn't like Bryan Danielson, you guys. Like, you can go back to our podcast after when they won the championship or when they announced the match. I was like, Pac don't like that guy. I don't know. Something's weird about this. So when it eventually all went down, it made a lot of sense. I'm like, he ain't never liked this fool though.
Yeah. Yeah. When Christian came down and he, well, first of all, it started with Luchasaurus coming in and attacking Bryan. And we got the good stare down between Luchasaurus and Jack, which was very awkward.
I liked it.
That was kind of a fun callback. Then we got the Christian actually coming down with all the patriarchy, and then Mox bringing all the Blackpool Combat Club guys in. And as soon as he came in with all the Blackpool Combat Club guys, I was like, this is not what y'all think it is. This is wrong, because he has not been repping gang since he came back. So I was like, oh, if he brought the truth with him, something's off here. Something's wrong. And so
still ain't have no Blackpool Combat Club gear on.
No. And then of course, also I immediately noticed now Claudio also did. And I was like, oh no. So when the crowd was cheering, when they were all standing there and stopping them from getting in the ring, which was a great moment, great visual, but I was sitting there like, oh guys, I don't think this is what y'all think this is.
They want to be the ones beating his ass.
This is gonna be a weird reference, but stick with me. When like they came on and then the crowd was cheering like, yeah, Blackpool Combat Club, I immediately felt like at that part when in Ernest in the Ernest Halloween movie where the woman is walking around like, no guys, it's not over. It's not over. No, it's not over. Why are you guys cheering? And like the happy music is going, everybody's cheering. I was like, guys, it's not over.
I did not know you were gonna reference Ernest. That's hella funny.
One of the greatest Halloween movies ever. If you did not watch that movie as a kid during Halloween, I don't know what kind of childhood you had. But yeah, so that led to Blackpool Combat Club in the ring with Bryan. They raised his hands, looked like it was going to be a happy ending, and then Claudio hit him with a European uppercut. And kudos to Bryan, man, one of the greatest ever. His reaction to that, and just like his that bewildered look on his face, like what's going on here? Like his look with like those big eyes, like what's happening here?
He looked at Claudio like, you know, you did that to me, right? Like he was so confused of like, wait,
yeah, yeah, absolutely, D-Laura. That was Eartha Kitt's character in the Ernest movie.
Oh yeah.
It's not over. It's not over. But yeah, no, he's like, yo, me? What did I do? And like before you could even get a second to think about what was going on, the bag went over his head, and I was like,
now when you can see when Bryan's looking up at Claudio and you can see Mox in the back getting the bag, and he's just like in that, like, it's like, don't do this, Mox, but you know I've already made up my mind months ago that I was gonna do this, and now it's execution time. It's like, fuck.
Yeah, bro. And I've watched it back multiple times, and there are a few things to look at, like when they're initially raising his hand and Claudio's walking around next to him, and you can see Mox like, do it. Bad. But just again, the way that the camera shot it, you initially just see Bryan just looking up like, what's happening? And then you just see Bag come over his head like, whoa, what? Yeah, this was absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Mox tried to murder this man on a pay-per-view.
Try to kill him.
All of these guys were in on it, except for Yuta. Yuta was trying to stop them the whole time, and Pac was holding him back from helping. Yuta looked like crying real tears. This was incredibly well executed. Probably one of the best heel turns we've seen in this company. I feel.
I love that wasn't Pac holding Yuta back. It wasn't a crazy thing because no, he would just hold he's strong enough to just hold him there. You can't. If I don't want you to not get away, you won't get away. And Yuta just been crying out, calling for. At one point, he's like, Claudio, Moxley, what are you guys doing? Stop. He's just crying. I'm like, yo, this is emotional. But also, it's there's a funny part of us that's Bryan Danielson is having a good time in here.
This is how I just, and I've thought this multiple times throughout this AEW run, that this guy's a psycho.
He's
Bryan Danielson is a psycho.
I think Bryan's having a good time with the plastic bag over his head. He's having fun.
Bryan Danielson is a psycho. So all of this stuff is happening. He gets left in a ring. They have to come out and put the ventilator on him and drag him out of the ring. And
which is also funny that they didn't stretcher him out. They just carried him.
It just carried him out with the oxygen tank and everything. And everything about this, man, just very, very excellent tie-ins. I didn't think about it until maybe an hour after the pay-per-view was over. Maybe not even an hour, maybe a good half an hour. So I was sitting there thinking, because so many other crazy things happened. I was like, bro, Bryan Danielson, as a member of the Nexus, got fired for strangling a guy on TV, and it was deemed too violent. And after all of this, at the twilight of his career, the very thing that he got fired for happened to him on television. I was like, this guy is a fucking psycho, man.
Sickest person in the world. And it's even sicker because he could have did a tie thing. They could have been did a tie thing, really tie it in. They're like, no, how can we get sicker, actually? Don't put a plastic bag over my head. That'll do it.
Yeah. And to the tie to the Nexus thing, and AEW did not put it on any of their social media stuff. They didn't put it on YouTube or nothing because, again, it was deemed too violent. They put that tweet out, and I was like, oh, this is very, very smart. Very well done. But yeah, this heel turn for Mox has been excellent. Even though I knew it was coming, fantastic. That crowd was very much like, what is happening here? What are we watching?
Mox says, I don't give a fuck about, I don't care. You guys are sad about Bryan Danielson. I don't give a fuck, dog. What?
Cold, dead eyes the entire time while he's doing it. Nah.
The crowd's chatting, this is murder, and Mox is like, yeah, it is.
Yeah, whatever. Man. What a great moment. Yeah.
Fantastic.
We're very weird as wrestling fans that we're sitting here talking about how great a moment is where somebody legitimately tried to murder someone.
That was so good when he put the plastic bag over his head, and also it being a plastic bag and Bryan, the vegan planet guy. I'm like, this is all so funny, you guys.
Yeah, what a very well executed moment. I mean, also everything we know about Blackpool Combat Club and the way that Mox tied it back together with his promo from Dynamite of no, this is what Regal always told us, right? You got to watch your back because it could be your turn at any point. And this was the only way for this to end. It felt very much Bullet Club when you reach a certain height of popularity and you've gotten to a certain point, it's like, oh, you got to go. You got to go. And so
no one can take you out but the people. We have to be the ones to do it too.
Yeah, I very much love this. And after that, I was like, how are we going to end this show? Because we just got absolute murder. But we found a way to ramp up the violence.
They found a way to follow it up. We've seen a lot of stuff in this show. And you think what? How could they possibly finish this, Phil and brother?
Yeah. Wow. Ended the night with the lights out steel cage match. Hangman Adam Page took on his most bitter of bitter rivals, Swerve Strickland, in the main event of this show. Very, very good match. To again go with this tone of hate in this show. Swerve coming out and doing his entrance. and Nana still doing the dance and everything, looking hyped and everything, and Swerve was just looking around like, nah, this is serious business. This guy just burned down my fucking house. Wait till he gets in this ring. And then having them fight while the cage is going down. We don't even know if they're going to be able to get in there before the cage gets all the way down. Excellent stuff. Hangman coming out of the heel tunnel because, yes, guys, he is a villain here. Coming out of the heel tunnel, and his shrine was just him sitting in front of the burning house. Excellent. Also, the stuff beforehand during the 0 hour stuff of them getting out of their cars and doing their respective entrances into the building and having the security guards around them. Also, very, very good stuff.
Yep, super hard. I thought that you mentioned Nana. I thought that Nana was amazing in this.
Yes,
he was the way that at the beginning where they're both fighting over trying to kill each other with the cage dropping over him being the one to push him in and being like, "Yo, get into this, Swerve. Like you could die out here. You better get real." And the whole time he's antagonizing Hangman. Anytime Hangman's close to the side of the cage, Nana's right there to be like, you fuck you. You're gonna pay for this. You're gonna pay for this. This was a fucking brutal ass match, Phil.
Crazy fucking match. Yeah. I mean, toward the beginning of it, usual steel cage match, throwing each other back and forth against the cages, like hitting each other with crazy moves. When they brought the center block into this match is when everything escalated. They had done several other weapon spots in this match.
Swerve walking through the fucking staple guns, and I'm like, wait, this is nasty. I think you guys.
Yeah, man, so many great spots like that. But Hangman trying to hit him with the staple gun, and this is again playing off of the Bryan stuff from All In of him shrugging off that psycho knee, and he's like hitting him with these staples in the chest, and he's just like, fuck out of here, man. And then he proceeds to beat this guy down and start stapling him in his back. And every time he did it, I'm like,
a little bit of blood starts dripping down. I'm like, you guys, this is real.
Crazy. But yeah, both of those center block spots, I was like, oh my God.
The vertebrae on the cinder block fucked me up. Like again, standing up in my room screaming, like, what, dog? What?
Yeah, it looked absolutely brutal.
I don't want to take that without a cinder block being there. Add in a cinder block for me to scrape my back down. No, I'm good.
Absolutely brutal. Yeah. One of the things I also love, and this was something we saw with Kofi as champion, of how much the Trouble in Paradise got escalated as a finisher, and how every time he hit that, it was like, oh, well, that's it, over. And the house call has absolutely been escalated as a finisher now. Wow. When he hits them now, just the way he hits them, just the sound it makes when he hits them, just how clean he hits them, and just like stands up straight afterwards, like. It looks, and I know like the big pressure is supposed to be his big finisher, like the big one that he pulls out to really put people away. Kind of like Hangman has the Deadeye, but man, the house call is an excellent finisher.
He had that one where Hangman was smashed between the cage, and the house call from the cage, Hangman hits the cage too. Crazy as hell. The swerve stomp between on the table, and like. There's so much room for error you can make trying to do this spot and people landing. I've seen people attempt this and the table don't hit. They hit this so perfectly. I was like, wow, these guys are going insane.
It looked crazy. At one point, Hangman jumped out of the ring in between the rope and the cage, and he's trying to get wiggle room between the cage and the rope to do a buckshot. And he can't figure out how to do it, so he just gets back in the ring and just gets back to the violence. And then Swerve figures out how to do it by doing the buckshot over the referee's back, lands it clean, and it's just more of Swerve going, I'm 2 steps ahead of you. You're not thinking like I am because you're too focused on me. And just great stuff, just great storytelling throughout the match like this. Very, very violent, nasty spots.
It went somewhere, Phil.
The finish of this match. I was wondering how you were going to end this because you've built this up around these two guys are basically like, you got to kill me to get me up out of here. You got to completely incapacitate me to end this match. And so when he brought out the syringe, I was like, what
you gonna do with that?
Proceed to put it in his mouth. And I was just sitting there like, I don't need to see this. I'm very uncomfortable with all of this.
I was
very uncomfortable.
I'm not uncomfortable watching a lot of shows, but like when his mouth is open and Hangman's turn, I'm like, all right, I think my line has. I think I hit the line. I think that's it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. My God. But yeah, like because we're sickos as wrestling fans. There's not too much to make you squeamish anymore.
We
like
just celebrated Bryan being almost murdered. Like we
yeah, so when you can figure out a way to make wrestling fans squeamish, like I thought that with the Young Bucks match where like bare feet stepping on tack. I'm like, no. That's no. And so this was the same thing of like, we've never seen something like this in a match. And we all have that experience of going to dentists and like the squeamishness and all that stuff with. I'm like, okay, no, don't do this.
When I see them fake that in sitcoms, it makes me uncomfortable. When somebody's at the dentist in the sitcom, I'm like, still feeling those feelings. And you're really going to do it?
Yeah, it's like as it was happening, like you could like feel that feeling in the back of your jaw, like, no, don't do this. No. So then he does that and hits him with an absolutely gruesome looking chair shot to end the match. No pin, just the referee comes in, waves this thing off, and it's just like, this is over, no more. And Swerve looks like he is just absolutely done. I assume this is the way to write him off for a minute because I don't think we'll be seeing Swerve again for a minute after that. Absolutely crazy way to end the match. Perfect way to end the match because, again, the story of this is that Hangman has taken this too far. And so for him to end the match in that fashion and then proceed to walk up the ramp and he looked back at for a moment and he could see what he had done. He could see that he had really hurt Swerve. And he went for a second to walk back and help him, and the crowd like gasped because they didn't think he was going to come back and help him. They thought he was going to come back in there and start hurting him more. Mm-hmm. And so when the crowd gasped and he was really not just looking around at what he had done, but looking at the way that the fans reacted to him, he just had no choice but to turn around and walk away and then have this reaction of, I finally got the win over him. I finally beat him. But wait, not just that. Look at what I've become to beat him. And it doesn't even matter because the match doesn't count on your record. No. It doesn't mean anything.
It wasn't for the championship. Like, it's nothing.
You don't get anything out of it other than hurting this guy. And so out of this, he's like screaming out in agony because it's not enough. It's never going to be enough to change any of this. Excellent storytelling. I mean, stuff also like him bringing the piece of the burnt house and then Swerve proceeding to stab him with it. And at points of it, he looks furious while he's stabbed. And you can see this like sadness in his eyes where he's stabbing him because he's realizing what he's stabbing him with. So good.
Yeah, let me we could bring in Righteous Reg Hypocrite Meter right now. We can bring back the old clip of Jack Perry getting hit in the head with the chair, and I was like, you guys probably shouldn't did this. Brother, let me tell you how much I love this fucking finish. When he put this syringe in his mouth, I'm like, okay, that's kind of I'm not into that. But then when he destroyed Swerve with the dangerous chair shot and that no pin, the referee's like, that's it. I was hype, to say the least. I was like, yo, that's how you finish a match. With the story that Hangman's been telling, I want to kill this motherfucker, essentially. I just burned down his house. There's nothing I won't do to stop this. How could I finish him right now? Put a syringe in his mouth and knock his fucking head off. I thought that was a great way to show that Hangman will do anything. He's violent. John Moxley is violent. Hangman's violent. These are some violent individuals. After everything, after burning somebody's house down, after that Texas death match, this is the way they had to do it. I saw a lot of people disagreeing with using a syringe, and that's something for another day. But I thought that for the most part, this was an amazing, bloody, violent, disgusting match.
Yeah, I thought it was the perfect way to end the match, perfect way to end the night with just the tone of this show as a whole. And having this bitter rivalry ended. And then also, I've seen people that are like, should we be showing kids this? Should we be doing this? It was very violent, but again, the ending of the story here is that nothing was solved. So no, it's not that you taught kids that violence is the way to solve your problems, because no, at the end of this, Hangman looked awful. It didn't look like he won at all. It looked like this has ruined his life.
Essentially, violence is not the answer. What did violence get him? Nothing.
He thinks he got this. He thinks he got this win here, but really, it got him nothing. It's ruined.
He didn't even get a win. It's not even on his record.
Yeah. So yeah, I thought this was
great.
This was excellent. Excellent storytelling.
I
really, really good pay-per-view.
That way that you brought it up of when he was, because I saw that clip of him walking back and people gasping, but him thinking of, I should help this fool because I just murdered him. That's another story element too. And him and the crowd being like, and
don't go back in there.
Yeah. His brain snapping into, oh yeah, like I don't. If I go back in there, what if I hurt him some more? This crowd might be right. Like there's so many different layers to that little moment.
Yeah, so much, man. We talked about it last week, but easily one of the best characters in wrestling. His facial expressions during that, just him getting ready to walk back, and you could see that, like, the real concern on his face at one point, and then like that jump back to, nah, fuck this guy. Yeah. Great, really, really good.
Yep. Now y'all right. I did exactly what I was supposed to do. He's in there bloody and dead. Great work. And again, Nana was amazing the whole time. Swerve looked like a fucking monster beast, unstoppable top guy villain, even though he was the baby face. Like, this was a great fucking match, and a great way to put a bow on this for a little bit. We're definitely going to get back to it in a year or some time or something. If I saw them at All In the main event, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely be back to it at least at some point next year.
But Osprey, goddamn, I don't know. Like the championship being involved, I don't know. There's a lot going on.
But this proved again that these guys have such a good rivalry that you can go back to it if it's a championship match, but you don't necessarily have to.
They main evented here without the championship, over the championship. So
yeah, and man, what a few weeks for Swerve. Getting the main event Wembley with Bryan and what that meant, and then coming and main eventing All Out right after that, and without the championship, having such a great storyline, having one of the top feuds in the company, one of the best feuds of the year, and having like this like incredibly violent, like controversial, talked about match where people are like, is this too much and all this stuff, and you see his face on all of these like thumbnails, and then named one of the top 3 wrestlers in the world a few days later. Crazy times.
The number 2 best wrestler in the world on the PWI 500, Swerve Strickland. And if it was a month longer, he might have been number 1 at this point. Like if I could have factored in All In and All Out, that would have been a stronger argument. But things happen how they happen. He still deserves to be the second best wrestler in the world for that. And well earned after what Phil described these last couple months. That reign as AEW World Champion cemented him as something. But I think this feud with Hangman is really what showed us the worth of Swerve and what he's going to be moving forward. This is like you're going to base your company off of these guys and their rivalry for the next couple years. And he's earned that spot. I'm excited to see what he does coming back because it felt like he was rode off too. Maybe he has some cool irons in the fire out there too. So when he comes back, I'm excited to see what kind of direction they move forward with him with. This feud was great, I think, for the both of them. Hangman is even in a higher echelon. The promo that he cut on Dynamite to be like, if you were in my way getting a Swerve, I'm gonna fuck you up too, is like amazing work. Like I'm like, this fool don't stop storytelling, Phil.
Yeah. Really, really good pay-per-view. Really, really strong way to really kind of build like the season premiere of this part of the year for AEW. If All In was kind of a season finale, this was kind of like the season premiere in some ways. So great night of wrestling.
Yep.
But yeah, as we alluded to, PWI 500 dropped. We know the kind of discourse that usually brings with it.
Were you surprised at the number one, Phil? I'll ask you
No.
off rip. That's what I'm saying. Like anybody that's like arguing with me online, why is it Cody? I'm like, what do you mean? Why is it Cody?
No, there was. I think there's an argument you could have made for Swerve, but
Totally.
really, beating Roman's historic title reign, WrestleMania moment, two-time Royal Rumble winner. There has not been a two-time Royal Rumble winner since 1998. Everything that's included. His story of having to go and have this odyssey of 6 years away as an indie wrestler, starting another company, and then coming back and finally getting what your father never did and starting your own legacy, building all these things. It couldn't be anybody else but Cody.
He beat the biggest wrestling star in the entire world on the biggest wrestling show of the year. Like, what do you mean? Like, Swerve has had amazing stuff. Like, he definitely has an argument for number one. But like, as far as what this list represents, like, Cody checked all the boxes like times 10. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's really nobody else that you could have made number one. Like I said, you could have made an argument for Swerve. I think you could have made an argument for Osprey some ways, just based on
there were arguments for all those people, but like,
yeah,
eventually Cody is like,
yeah. I mean, based on output and like the matches they were having, that would be the biggest argument for Osprey. But if this is a kayfabe list and like beating the biggest star in this industry, one of the biggest champions in this, getting one of the best WrestleMania moments ever. Like I said, two-time Royal Rumble winner, main eventing 2 nights in a row of WrestleMania. It was Cody. It had to be Cody.
I was trying to pull up the list. I'm like, this is how kayfabe this list was. Bryan Danielson is number 14, you guys. That got some controversy. But when I first started doing the 500, when I first joined PWI, I talked to Kevin about that. I'm like, well, what's like when we're talking about rankings and the criteria and all this stuff, why does it work like that? And like, well, we have these different rankings because if we didn't every single year, Bryan Danielson would just be number one. Like if it just was based off the best wrestler, there would have been like 10 years in a row, Bryan Danielson would have did it. And again, it comes like that. If this was based off best wrestler, Will Ospreay's number one.
Probably
will. What do you want from me? But this isn't just based off who's the best wrestler. This is based off best draw, biggest houses, money, like everything that encompasses being a wrestler. This is surrounded it, and Cody checked all of those boxes.
Yeah, even if you get past the stuff of Cody beating Roman and what that means, and him stepping in and being the face of the company. For the past year, like him doing all the house shows, the reactions he was getting, doing all the international shows, because Roman wasn't doing most of the shows. They were using Cody as the biggest attraction for all of those shows, and he was getting monster reactions. If you're telling me right now WWE is doing some of the best business they've ever done and how hot that company is, Cody is undeniably one of the catalysts for the business that they're doing. When you look at the last 3 years of him coming there to WrestleMania in Dallas and how much that shifted the perception between AEW and WWE, no, he absolutely flipped the industry on its head. And winning at WrestleMania was the culmination of that moment. Again, it couldn't be anybody else but Cody.
The Roman situation was really funny because your boy didn't make the list, you guys. On criteria, you have to have 10 matches or 6. There's another different criteria, but he didn't meet either one of those. He only had 6 matches the whole year. And I guess them cutting, that was a thing this week. There was a tidbit on them cutting house show businesses. I'm like, I guess house shows businesses are really being affected because the last 2 years he had padded stats essentially because he was doing a bunch of house shows. Like he'd have like 5 matches on TV, but then he'd have like 70 matches on the house shows. But now that's not a thing. Like he ain't on house shows at all. This dude worked 6 matches the whole year, so he didn't make the cut. But like I just described, he's still the biggest wrestling superstar in all of wrestling. So I think that he's doing pretty all right. Like you didn't make this list, but you still get to be Roman Reigns and you only had to wrestle 6 matches. So like who really won?
Yeah. I'm sure that there's some contract stuff around why he has to do certain house shows and why wrestlers I'm sure that there's stuff that you can get into of what's in a WWE contract, which
Facts.
I don't want to get down that rabbit hole. But yeah, no, well deserved for Cody Rhodes.
Yeah.
The number one wrestler in the world, very well deserved. Happy for that guy. Also, just happy for Swerve making history as well. The top, the what is it? The highest ranked black wrestler in 24 years, which
Yes,
is
sir.
insane. The
Dwayne.
Rock was the last wrestler to make it up to the second spot, and this kind of confirms what I was saying with his reign as champion. Because I said at one point, I think he's the best black world champion we've seen since The Rock, and numbers don't lie, buddy. When you see those ranks next to each other, numbers don't lie.
I don't want to say it early, and I don't want to say it because people are going to think I'm crazy, but of all time. I'm going to give you guys the top 10, and then that's it. Yeah, number 1 was Cody Rhodes. Number 2 was Swerve Strickland. Number 3 was Will Osprey. 4 was Philip Lindsey favorite, Seth Rollins. Number 5 was Tetsuya Naito. 6 was Damian Priest. 7 was MJF. 8 was John Moxley. 9 was Gunther, and 10 was Mystico. People were very mad that Mystico was low because he is one of the highest box office draws in all of wrestling across the world. And I do understand, but again, kayfabe bliss, Mexican wrestling exists on a different plane. Stuff he deserves to be in the positions that he is. And I do understand. Anytime people have like gripes, I do understand. I do take them in. The Cody one, you can't really get me on, but I do understand what you guys are saying.
Yeah, of course, like out of those top 10, there are going to be people that have their gripes. Like,
of course,
I saw people that tried to do their Rollins thing, and I was like, nah, not too much on my guy, man. Well deserved, 4th spot on this list. World heavyweight champion, carried that belt all the way to WrestleMania. Main evented for the first time in his career. And was
he
a
brought
big
that
part,
championship to prominence. Like,
yeah, big part of the Cody story as well. Big part of the payoff of that story. Nah, he deserved it. I saw some Naito discourse as well, which I mean, if it's kayfabe and him winning the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship this year, some of the stuff he's been linked to this year, I get it. It's just when you look at like his work this year and like some of the conversation about him being washed, it is funny that he's top 5. But again, well deserved.
I'm not gonna put this on my friend Kevin, the editor-in-chief of the PWI, but he did forget a name last year, like totally forgot them off of the list. Just one name, and that was Naito. I don't know if there's any correlation, but last year he completely forgot him off of the list. I don't know if this year he's trying to overcompensate.
Course correct. Little course correct.
You know what I mean? Like, hey, this year actually you're this number. You know what I mean? But I don't know if that played a role. But last year there was that. But yeah, super fun stuff. Of course, we compiled it a few weeks ago. Got into all the reasons why everything. It was definitely, this one wasn't like, I think last year, the last couple of years have been like, damn, who is this going to be? Like, I went in there with an argument for Swerve, of course, but like the whole time I was like, Cody's Rhodes winning this. You guys, like, what do you want from me? So, congratulations to Cody Rhodes, well earned. He is. When I think of that magazine and seeing him on the front of it, it's like, this just feels right.
Yeah,
Cody.
that's what I thought when it dropped. I was like, this feels right. Cody. Given the year he's had, it felt like it was him. And same thing with the year that Swerve has had. Incredible year, making the jump from 112 all the way up to the second spot. But also just like the year he had with the Continental Classic to close off last year, the Hangman feud from last year coming into this year, main eventing Wembley, first black AEW World Champion, big match with Osprey, the Bryan match. Like, he's really had an incredible year. Again, I would have a hard time picking a black world champion that has been presented this well.
And he didn't do it this year, but I feel like one day, very soon, number 1 on that list will be Swerve Strickland. He's going to be the first black number 1. I feel.
There will be a black man that is number 1 on this list someday, and I feel like he got one step closer to it. What are you thinking? I will choose my questioning on this very carefully because it's a controversial topic. The conversation around him and Liz has been, it's been interesting for the past 2 years. He said certain things about it. I don't want to get into the, the personal stuff with certain people in it. But I saw a lot of people that were saying, hey, of course he cares about this accolade because he wants to be accepted by white people. I just don't understand that take because the PWI isn't specifically about being accepted by just certain people in this space. The PWI is one of the longest standing wrestling magazines there is. There's a prestige that comes with being at the top of that list and being compared to all of the greats in this business, not just for what you work in, but also the business side of this. So I guess what I'm trying to get around to asking is just what do you think of like this reaction to that? Just how like some people are like, oh well, it's a list for white people, or what it's based on like what white people think.
Trying to choose my words wisely. I know.
But and it's also as somebody that the reason you're on that committee is because they didn't feel like they had enough black voices in the room. So if anybody I could ask, you're the right person to ask.
Totally. First of all, this list has been around for 30 years. I just want to preface it that 30 years. And as someone who has a list that does hold a little bit of weight, I wouldn't in a million years compare my list to PWI because they do completely different things. Like I'm not like, why would this person be mad at not being on or mad at being on my list and not being on PWI? Because those are totally different things. This shit's in the groceries. You could go and buy that shit in the grocery store. You could download the PWI on your fucking phone. They're two totally different things. Let's start there. Like your list isn't the same as fucking PWI. 30 years, dog. And I have a list that holds fucking weight, and I wouldn't say that. So let's fucking start there. Second of all, I've had a person who makes a black wrestling list, and I started making the black wrestling list because I did kind of feel the way that the people say, this is kind of a white list. There's only 36 people on there, blah, blah, blah. I should make my own to represent. But that doesn't have any, PWI can continue to do what they can do. Everybody could do what they do. I'm doing this for visibility for these 500 black wrestlers. That's it. That's all. I don't give a fuck about the clout. I don't give a fuck about what's attached to it. I want you to come out of this list saying, damn, I can't believe Leon Slater. He's amazing. Whoa, I've never heard of Mr. Graham. He's awesome. Whoa, Bojack is awesome. If you're coming out of the list being like, I can't believe Reg, you're in the wrong place. So anytime people are yelling at me about the list, I don't give a fuck because it ain't about me. I've had wrestlers before. I make a wrestling list about 500 black wrestlers. I've had black wrestlers tell me, I want to be the best wrestler in the world, not the best black wrestler. I like your list. I thank you for putting me on it, but I want to be considered the best wrestler in the world. And I've had your favorite black wrestlers tell me that, not just Swerve. A bunch of them have said the same thing when they see my list. It's more than about being on the black list. I want to be the best wrestler in the world. I didn't think, oh, you hate black people, you're not for the culture. I just thought, I hear what you're saying, because when people talk about it in totality, you want to be included with them. When Sports Illustrated talks about the best wrestlers, you want to be included with them. When fucking ESPN talks about the best wrestlers, you want to be included with them. That doesn't mean that you're not for the culture. These two things do not correlate. I just don't get how we got there. Like, this narrative has been created about Swerve. There's this song lyric that people are still hung up on. There's that for some reason that means that he's not for the culture. I saw a bunch of people being like saying that shit about him, and it's like, well, what? The same guy that had Bun B and West Side Gun at Wembley Stadium, that guy's not for the culture. The same guy that had Rick Ross and Kevin Gates and fucking DJ Who Kid and Fabulous, that guy's not for the culture. What culture? What culture are you talking about? What culture? What the fuck is this? So yeah, I just didn't really understand the controversy. Like, listen, Again, I created the BW 500. The new one will come out on October 2nd. So you know of 500 cool black wrestlers, not so you know the creator of the BW 500. I don't give a fuck about that, dog. This is about the wrestlers. I want you guys to know who Brian Keith is. I want you guys to know who Eli Knight is. I want you guys to know who Kevin Knight is. I want you guys to know who these people are. It's not about numbers, not about rankings. It's about the list. And I think people are hung up on wanting their list to be clout, wanting their list to be the shit, and it gets strung up, and you are putting your list next to a fucking list that's been out for 30 years. Hop off your fucking high horse, big dog.
Well, let's be careful here, and I will just back up a second, because I don't want anybody to think that I asked you that question or that I'm trying to do this as Grapsody podcast and you responded to controversy around black wrestling, because I don't have no problem with certain people over there. I don't have a problem with their list. I just, some of the narratives and the conversation around it is specifically what I want to talk about.
They're not the only ones, is what I'm saying. Like,
of course, and that's why
make the list is like, what about my list? And it's like, dog, that's not what this is.
Of course, and that's why I want to be careful with certain things, because I've seen what people do. I've seen it happen with me where I've said something and then it gets turned into something else, or, you know, people that already don't like you or don't like me that will run with something, and that's not the intent. And I just wanted to raise this conversation because I saw it so much, and we're two black guys that have a podcast, and we're also two black guys that like Swerve and are fans of black wrestling. So I just wanted to have the conversation. None of this is, like I said, response to them. None of this is response to anyone. None of this is us trying to take a knock at anybody or say anybody's doing anything for clout. I don't want any of this thing to be confused as that. I know some people are going to do it anyway, but I just want to clarify that I don't think that's not what I am seeking to do here. Because
that's not what Phil and Lindsey saying, but that's what Righteous Rager saying. Y'all niggas are clout chasing fucking mongrels. That's what this is. It's not about the wrestlers. It's about who created the fucking list. I hate that we're even having this conversation because, again, it ain't about me. The BW 500 is about 500 black wrestlers, not about the fucking name or who's standing on it, dog. It ain't about you. It's not about you. That's it. And it's not this one person. It's a lot of fucking people. It's Alfred, that bitch ass nigga. It ain't about you fools. Stop trying to make it about you. We're talking about fucking pro wrestlers. You guys think because you're fucking personalities that you're included too? Fuck off. Because these niggas be talking about me. That's what I'm saying. Like, let y'all niggas live all the time.
Well, that's
it ain't about you though. It's about the fucking wrestlers you don't talk about.
But that's why, again, I'm trying to be careful because it's already been hot. It's already been tension. It's been like that for a minute. To me, like I said, the conversation around the list and some of the narratives that have happened with this, and, you know, people framing it like, okay, when you're on that list, you want to be accepted by the whites. And that's all this is. And I just think that that's a very narrow way to look at it, and I just don't agree with that. And that's why, like I said, I want to have a conversation. Now, that's why also I said I got to be careful because the personal stuff around it. And you are right, there's a lot of shit that is said that I know is directed at you or directed at me, and I don't respond to certain people saying it because it's too intermingled with other shit. I have too many like mutual friends with people, and I be trying to chill on shit, and that's why I don't want to do that. And quiet as it's kept, also, my conversation with somebody yesterday, and, you know, they were like, I wish we could all just, you know, rock. And man, I do too. I thought that a lot initially when me and you would just talk in fucking DMs, and how we became friends because, you know, you would, you know, put over something I wrote, or like, and I love the idea that there are a lot of people that I've met in this space that are black, and we've had this shared experience of making content or writing or making podcasts, and, you know, meeting people that love wrestling and love black wrestlers and want to support the workers. And I wish sometimes that it was as simple as I just got along with everybody. But that just ain't the reality of the situation. And to your point, it is kind of annoying feeling like you always have to walk on eggshells because you don't want to piss somebody off or say something about somebody because they're black as well. And you want to hold up this idea of unity. But then other people don't do that for you. They don't give you that same respect. And it's like, I don't want to, that's why I'm like, I don't want to turn this into a us against anybody, even though I feel like people have already done that. But I just have no interest in doing that. I just want to, on the topic of this list, black wrestlers in this list and black wrestlers getting the respect among their peers that they feel like they deserve. That's not a matter of among my peers, I want to be respected by just my white peers. No, I just think that I think I am one of the best doing this, and I'm going to show you that. The second I left that company and I was on NXT and we had something hot going, and then we got to the main roster and you killed it fucking dead before we could go anywhere. Now I'm going to go somewhere else and show you you are wrong. I am going to show you that not only am I a main eventer, I am a world championship level, and I am one of the best wrestlers in this thing. So it ain't a matter of, oh, this outlet or that outlet made something and I don't fuck with that. No, I want y'all to put my name where it belongs among the top. And again, I'm not speaking for nobody. I just understand it. I understand from a wrestler's point of view how they would feel about it. And this idea that it's only specific wrestlers that care about this thing, that ain't true, bro. Wrestlers care about this. They care about getting the respect, not just from outlets, but again, among their peers, man. And it's like, I just don't like that it's being framed in a way for just one person. Like, oh, well.
And like, are the rest of the, like, is Darius Carter, he was happy about his number. Alex Kane was happy about his number. Are these, man, they don't talk about them the same.
And I'm glad you said that, because shout out to Alex Kane, man. Just where he's listed on this list and just like what he was doing with MLW, man, smashing it. He deserves that. He deserves that recognition.
And that's funny that, like you said, people
top 25 wrestlers in the world, and he's not in one of the two main companies. He just did that over there, and he did it in a very black way, doing the Boom-Aye stuff on MLW. Killing it, man. Like you said,
but this is a white list, remember?
Darius Carter and some of these guys that are doing it, man. I think some of my disappointment with some of the conversation, boy, we are in the weeds at this point, but some of my disappointment at some of the conversation this week was not about the achievements of the black wrestlers. It was some of the conversations I saw about diminishing what this means and what this wrestler wants. But also, like, to me, like I said, for if we're talking about just excellence in this space and black wrestlers, man, we should be talking more about the fact that there has never been a black wrestler that's been number one on this list. It took 24 years for somebody like Swerve to get to that spot. The fact that Kofi was the last guy even close and he was fourth. Mm-hmm. And it's still, like I said, Alex Kane, what he did on the indies, Myron Reed not being with a fucking company, not even signed anywhere, and he is high on this list. When you talk about, like, I ain't the biggest Moose fan, but what Moose has done, Moose high in the top 20s, man. Like, I mean, also like what we were talking about with the MVP stuff and like the Lashley stuff and like the conversations we were having about how it doesn't feel like they're presenting black male wrestlers in a way over there at WWE. And then when you look at this list and there are no black male wrestlers from that company, even in the top 20. And those were things I was thinking about. And so when I looked at the conversation and it was only about one specific thing about acceptance and these other things and narratives, I was like, that ain't what I'm thinking at all. I have many thoughts. I think that there are dope things about it, like certain black wrestlers getting the recognition they deserve. Yep. And also some of the things that we've talked about, and this list kind of affirmed it.
Well, then.
That's just my thoughts on it. But you know, again, we're deep in the weeds. I'm sure some people are going to take things away. But
People take things away anyways.
Of course, and that's why. But for me, I personally don't want beef with nobody. I don't want to argue with nobody.
I ain't beefing with nobody.
I just think that we can have conversations about these things in a realistic way. We can have conversation about these things in a nuanced way. And that's all I'm interested in doing at this point. I said at one point, and I'm going to close this and move on because we've talked about it longer than I expected. When all of the initial list discourse was happening with Swerve, he came here on our podcast. This is when Will was still here. This was about 2 years ago. And we asked him, what are your thoughts on this? I didn't frame it away, and I didn't go, hey, get your shit off, throw some shots at nobody. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in Swerve, you as a wrestler, you as a black wrestler in this space. Why do you feel this way? Elaborate on that. And I let him talk, and I thought he explained his reasoning well. I understood his point. I don't always agree with everything he says or does, but I understood his point. And I think there's a lot of people that were not trying to understand his point because there were other things said and done that people are holding on to and they're married to. And that's why when initially in the conversations around it, I said what I thought. I put the clip from our interview and I left it alone. I didn't expect certain things after that, but also, I don't know. And also, like I say all the time, me and you think things are funny and we laugh at things all the time. That's not personal. I am a guy that my first instinct is to laugh at something that I think is funny.
Straight up.
And just because I think something is funny doesn't mean that it's like some personal dig or something. It just should be funny,
it's
man.
It's not all personal. This is a fucking game. Again, we are laughing or talking over dance fighting. Like
exactly. But that's why I'm like,
it's not that serious.
No, I don't think a lot of things is that serious.
But yeah, get the PWI 500 now digitally. It'll be out on newsstands in a couple of weeks. Shout out to y'all. I was on the committee.
We got other stuff to get into. We got super chats. We got Harper chats. I think we could use Ashbat, right?
Yeah, let's do that.
We could get a word from our sponsors.
Yeah.
We're gonna get a word from our sponsors, come back with some super chats and humper chats, and hit the rest of our topics.
BetOnline.ag is the official betting partner of Fightful. 100% of the time when you get the odds from Fightful, they are coming from BetOnline.ag. And it's not just wrestling, it's not just MMA and boxing. It's football, it's basketball, baseball, hockey. They have the earliest lines. You can bet big with the high limits and rebet functionality. They have the fastest payouts with winnings paid in minutes and the industry's best bonuses on every qualifying deposit. They've been trusted for 25 plus years. It's not some fly-by-night company. BetOnline AG has been there. They've done that. In addition, they're trusted by millions. They've got VIP rewards programs and a ton of popular games. BetOnline.ag. That's where I go to make my bets. That's where I suggest you go to, my friends. Please just bet what you can and bet responsibly.
BetOnline, of course, is the place to go for all of your sports betting needs, including pro wrestling. As always, bet responsibly. Let's get into some more super chats.
Can't believe you did that to me, Phil Lindsey. That's crazy.
What'd I do?
You know what you did?
What'd I do?
You did that.
What did I do?
What do you mean what you do? Start asking questions and shit I have to answer them?
I just have to super chat. Why is it me? Super chats. We got one from Anthony Cruz. He says early AEW prediction for AEW next year.
Osprey is champion?
I definitely think Osprey will be champion next year.
I'm like trying to think of when. Like, what's happening for the rest of this year? What's Bryan?
Yeah, I would say I think Osprey will be champion sometime next year. I don't think that's a terribly bold prediction, but I also think that there's a very good chance that Willow will be champion in some way next year. I don't know if it'll be world champion. I don't know if it'll be TBS champion, but I do think she will be champion again next year.
Agreed. Oh, they got that big show in Australia at the beginning of the year.
Yeah,
that'll probably pay a role.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, I'm sure the TV deal stuff, we'll have that sorted out. We got some talking points around that. There's a rumor of them potentially getting a new show called Shockwave. They had the trademark stuff hit the net this week, and so some people have assumed that it's a TV show. There was a report that came about that it could end up on Fox. Very interesting. So keep your eyes on that. So I guess that is kind of a weird prediction that could happen next year, that AEW could be on a Fox network in 2025.
That is it. I'm like, what? How do we go from WWE has one of their biggest shows on regularly, and now AEW might? That's just kind of how it happens. It's funny when there was that talk about Raw, and then they were like, oh, Warner Brothers actually has a dog in the fight too. And I was like, I mean, these companies in the end, they have allegiances and alliances because of contracts, but for the most part, they're like, how can we get money over here? We don't care who brings it over to us.
Yeah. See, from DNC Digital. Where was I going with that? I'm about to call you genitals, bro. My bad.
DNC Genitals is crazy.
DNC Digital. Where the fuck was I going? Like, what? DNC Digital. Because I saw Gentlemen, so I think I started to read. My bad, bro. DNC Digital. Hope all is well, gentlemen. Headed to do commentary for Combat Cult Wrestling at a festival. Got performances from Juvenile, Frankie J, PD Pablo, LOL. Our dressing room is next to Juby's. That's awesome.
Damn, you got a sick ass gig right now. I wish I was there. You got a gig and Juveniles next door. That's hard.
Yeah,
appreciate you.
Have a good one, man. Hopefully that show goes well.
Sounds fun.
We got one from Bragav. He says, while I get the kayfabe reasons that champs want more gold, I'm kind of getting tired of someone with a belt going for after another instead of defending. Yeah, I agree. I think that they've got to change that.
It's one of my biggest AEW pet peeves at the moment because it feels like clockwork. Like, oh, they just won something. Oh, the number one contenders match, they're gonna win that too. And it's like, you guys, stop doing this. Like I get like Bragav, I understand like a champion would want all the championships. You want to be the belt collector, but like you got to defend it. You got to establish the championship that you're currently carrying.
Yeah. From David Reed, he says, Trios division killed AEW's tag division, in my opinion. I can see why people feel that way. I don't necessarily agree. I think that you can find some balance there and you can book it well. I just don't think they found it yet.
Yeah, I think that is a fair assessment to make. And if you draw back to the times, you probably could make that. But I think they could make it work if they put some concerned effort into both divisions.
Yeah. See, from Dex Baker, he says, thank you, Reg. I'm tired of being trolled. Let's go to the stories and Graps, please.
Yeah, because it's funny because the Young Bucks will come on TV and be like, we've heard the rumors, and they play into it. It's like, I don't want to hear that, dog. Just fucking wrestle.
Yeah, I just don't see the appeal of doing that anymore because there's no real payoff of it. Like just with specific stuff, like I just don't think the payoff is there, and I just don't think it's worthy. I just don't think it's worth it.
Right.
Got another one from Dex Baker. Says, I've got to get back to class, but I got to say people were saying Mox was stale, ice cold a week and a half ago. He turned everybody that quick. Yeah, this is the benefit from taking some time away, going away, getting in the best shape that you can be, coming up with some fresh ideas, and then coming back. Like I am always for going away for a little while, retooling, and coming back.
Yeah, this one, the Moxley ones feel so funny because they were for months and years and lifetimes saying, go on vacation, go on vacation, go on vacation. I was like, but every time he's out, he like does a jiu-jitsu tournament or he's wrestling at Bloodsport or he's doing something. This time he didn't do any of that. And he came back so refreshed and energized and like a different character. And like, oh, I guess people were right. You did need that vacation because it paid off.
Yeah, appreciate you, Dex. Got a generous super chat here from Hey, what's over there? He says Konosuke should beat Okada at Wrestle Dynasty in Japan, then have Konosuke defend the Continental Crown Championship at Wrestle Kingdom the night after. I believe it's the night after Wrestle Kingdom, right? Because it's taking the place of New Year Dash.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's Wrestle Kingdom, then Wrestle Dynasty.
I don't know, man. After that, on Dynamite, there was a segment with the Don Callis family where they convinced Osprey to join Kyle in the tag team. There was a point at the end where Osprey tried to get some dap from Takeshita, and Takeshita was like, "Not in this lifetime, brother. I think Takeshita's destiny might be that championship, but I don't know. Like, he has 2 really good fights, but I feel like beating Osprey might really do it."
They're definitely building some tension between him and Osprey. They're definitely building up to a potential split with Fletcher and the Don Callis family. And that's some of the stuff that I didn't dislike from this week, even though I didn't like the outcome of the gauntlet match.
I hated the outcome.
I do think that the story stuff that they're developing could get somewhere interesting.
Definitely.
Let's see. From Hey, what's over there? He says, waiting for Jack, Nick Wayne, Killswitch, and Christian interaction.
Yeah, they keep kind of avoiding that, huh?
Yeah, they're playing up this Kip Sabian thing, which is interesting. They've got like Kip Sabian like popping up in the crowd and like watching them from afar, and so I'm assuming they're building something with Kip and Nick Wayne still.
Right.
Got another one from Hey, what's over there? He says, Phil, since you were there, was the scream at the end of the show when Hangman walked back to the ring real? I couldn't see that part because I was already starting to move to the end of the aisle to come down to the floor because they start bringing you down and move you into the press area. So I didn't actually see that part.
I feel like that played a good role in the viral video this week.
Yeah. Well, speaking of, I was laughing because when I started moving down the row, I saw the homie T. I didn't even know he was there. Yeah, shout out to the homie.
Oh, shout out to the homie T. I didn't know he was there either.
I thought I saw his girlfriend. It's funny. I thought I saw his girlfriend in an aisle when I was outside, or
and he was like,
not his girlfriend, but friend, but whatever. I when I was standing outside, I was like, is that no? And then I was like, maybe it was, because then I saw T later. So. Let's see. Boy, I just realized how crazy that sounds.
I was like, I'm gonna just let him live in this one.
My bad. I tripped over some words, guys. That sounded crazy. My fault. That sounded crazy. Like, or whatever she is. Like,
wait, hold on a minute.
That sounds like I'm like throwing hella shade at this moment. Like, that's not what I mean. I'm sorry.
He said a whole bunch of crazy stuff back.
That's not what I meant. It's not what I meant. Sorry. T. T's gonna send me a message like, "The fuck are you doing to me?
What's going on?
What are you doing to me over there?" Yeah, my bad. From Lynn Harris III. I'm sorry, man. A lot of tense situations, man. I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
Lynn Harris III, 1989, 1 month after my birthday. Funk gives Flair the bag on Clash 2024.
Clash. Period.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, I see now. It's a period there. Then 2024, 1 month after my birthday, Mox gives Bryan the bag. Mox promo to open Dynamite, a chilling declaration of war for Blackpool Combat Club. Yeah, that is a funny coincidence.
It's did you see the Eddie Kingston controversy that was attached to this? Eddie Kingston, after they did the bag spot on All Out, Eddie Kingston posted like a picture of him watching. There was like a cartoon of him watching the spot happen, because apparently Eddie Kingston pitched doing a bag spot like Terry Funk to AEW officials before, and they turned him down or something. And so he was he was essentially like being like, I pitched this spot before.
I didn't see any of that.
Yeah, because you know how much Eddie Kingston loves Terry Funk.
Oh wow! Oh yeah, I didn't see that.
But I was like, I mean, there could be something because it's wrestling, but you know,
It's also wrestling, and
It's also wrestling.
you know how these things go. Somebody will be like, "Well, that was my idea. I thought about it first," and not uncommon
At all.
From Tim Bruzy, he says, just got back from London/Spain. Wow. All In week was crazy. Cardiff, RevPro, Progress, All In, crazy. Met Swerve/Russell Talk guys. So fun. Needed you there.
Man, he was out there going in. That sounds dope.
Yeah. Sounds like you had a good trip.
Man, I got to get out there for something, Tim.
Yeah. Hopefully you saw the homie set if you saw the Russell Talk guys.
Mm-hmm.
See, from Eloquent, is it me or has AEW merch drastically improved? Yeah, I think
Geek on it.
But the graphic designers they brought in, you can see some of the ones online that they've been putting their work up, and yeah, I think it has been an improvement.
Yeah, it's drastic improvement. Like every time they put up a design now, I'm like, oh, this is dope. And instead of what it used to be, they put on the design and there was discourse for a whole day about how it was the worst design ever. Like they're definitely moving in the right direction, making merch that people actually want to wear. It's not really that hard. I know they're still in the back of your mind, like this is a wrestling shirt, so it should be some wrestling shirt shit. But sometimes I just want to wear like a regular shirt, not look like a dork.
Yeah. I've got one from generous one from Leonard Aarons III. He said, "Old Yeller alert for Bryan. Christian holds a contract with crew behind him. Nigel wants to settle up in Arthur Ashe. Mox wants the belt back and he has not beaten Mox in AEW."
Damn, he hasn't.
He hasn't. I absolutely thought about that. I thought about the Revolution match, which was a great match.
Yeah, that is a great match.
Yeah. Very good, very interesting storyline. Very interesting way to finish up Bryan's last few months with the company.
Mm-hmm.
See, from Call Me Mr. Bronda, he says, Hangman listening to Hurt by Johnny Cash on loop. Yeah, definitely could feel him like sitting there with like Johnny Cash playing with like whiskey.
Mm-hmm. The room's all dark.
I believe this is our last. Nope. There's another one that popped up. We got a generous one from Hey, what's over there? Appreciate you. Hangman's current character draws parallels to John Barenthal's Punisher in the first season. He gets revenge for his family, and it's like, now what? And I said it last week. Swerve and Hangman's rivalry is Sabretooth and Wolverine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see the connections to that first season of Punisher. I made a parallel to Hugh Jackman in Prisoners, if you've seen that movie, where he has good intentions for why he's behaving this way, but by the end, it's like, yeah, he's gone way too far.
Yeah, like you're really deep into it. Like you started out as something, but it's maybe you are the monster that you think you're not.
Yeah. Our last super chat for now from Aaron Busby. So in other for Aaron Busby, so in other words, Reg, it's time to let the party die. Leave us alone, man.
Please leave us alone. Busby, you sicko.
Leave alone, man. Sure, we have a bunch of humper chats
so
left.
funny, man.
Gotta trying to let this load. Trying to let this thing load.
Let him load. Time to let the party die. That is. That's crazy. What's wrong with y'all?
Yeah. While I'm just thinking while letting the page reset for the humper chats. I'm trying to remember the last humper chat we read because it's been a minute. Okay, so where Tony he left off, he's saying, I'm going to say all I'm going to say is the Kendo spot with Sheeta is one thing, but it has to be used in a major story beat change in her character since she cost herself that match. If not, it was a stupid, meaningless spot. Also killed the ending of a match I was liking. Also, why are things getting booked backwards in AEW? Why have there been champs challenging champs as of late? Do the Darby and Mox promo, do the Darby / Mox promo then confuse things with the Nigel / Mac, Nigel / Bryan match? I mean, yeah, we'll enjoy, but it's all scattered. Also, am I fully expecting Roosh and Takeshita to fuck up Will and Kyle when they lose?
Roosh?
Roosh?
I could see it, I guess. I don't know. Yeah.
I can see it. Kind of a good way for us to transition into AEW Dynamite talk.
Dynamite.
Got a pretty strong episode of Dynamite in some ways. There were things that I really liked. There were things that I was like, I don't really like this. I thought it started very strong. Starting with the Mox promo, which that Mox promo was fire. The way it was presented, they started with him talking over the clip of him and the rest of the Blackpool Combat guys walking out of All Out and walking out into the hallway, and he's still cutting the promo, and he walks past them carrying Bryan out, and he just doesn't even look back. He's just still walking past, cutting the promo, gets outside, he's still talking, and then he hops in the back of that Jeep and drives off.
Yeah, tremendous work to start the show. I think Moxley is locked into some different character, some different kind of thing, and the actions are amazing, but like the way that he keeps tying it in with the promos just makes everything even better.
Yeah, man, he's just such a great promo guy. When he gets locked into a character, and you can tell like he can make this work because he knows how this character ticks and he believes the motivations. That's when he's like really doing some of his best work. And yeah, this was just such a believable promo. Just his delivery on certain lines, when he's just like, you don't have the stomach for this no more, and it's clear. And he's man, getting towards the end of it, he's saying like, no, there's only one king of this land, and it's me. And just all of that built off of the stuff with Regal, calling Regal your lordship, and saying, you were always your lordship's favorite wrestler, and I was always his favorite. And he taught us both that you can only be who you are. And just such great lines to build up, like not just like the history of their faction, but just their relationship together. I mean, just building off the Revolution match and that fire match they had together that was super violent. And then the guy that came down to stop it, if people forgot, was Regal. Regal was the guy that stopped them from going too far at the end. And you can see how much his teachings are still a part of what Bryan is doing and what Mox is doing. And it plays into the stuff with Yuta, because Yuta wanted to impress Regal and he wanted to impress Bryan. And so you have like story points here that are converging that are very good. I thought Mox showing no remorse in this was excellent. If people did not know, he's absolutely a heel. We get more of that later in the Darby promo, but I thought that this was a incredible promo to start the night.
Yeah, really great way to kind of continue that story. And they had kind of prefaced the show with like, we're going to hear from Jon Moxley and he's going to tell you why. And I feel like a lot of the promo to start the show, he told us why. Like we didn't even really need to get to him explaining why, because they were going to play into the Darby thing eventually later in the show anyways.
Yeah. I also, because I've been thinking all this time that he's been holding it against him, that he sided with Max. And I thought that was part of why he turned on him. And it doesn't seem that way in all of this at all, because he was bigging up Regal several times throughout this promo. And so I think he was just looking at it like, oh, well, okay, I accepted that because that's part of what Regal taught us. It's like, you got to watch your back. You got to keep your head on the swivel. And I think he flipped on his head like, you forgot that. You forgot that you should be watching your back. You got too much into the ego and your family moment. Nah, you forgot why we made this. You forgot why we started doing this. such great stuff. Real Bullet Club vibes from it. I think that's part of why I really liked it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that was just me, but and also like when you think of like that first year of Bullet Club and Prince Devitt famously in the backstage segment where he put the bag over the dude's head and he says in this very thick Irish accent, "I put the fucking bag on his head." But yeah, I thought this was great. I thought most of the in-ring stuff we got was good. It was a very promo heavy episode.
Mm-hmm.
But like the eliminator match we got with Mariah taking on Aminata was great. Very good match. Very hard hitting, very strong match to see what these two young stars can be in this company. Definitely made me think I want to see this match again at some point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Aminata's been, building her stock in this company and in this division and getting some big wins. I hope that she gets more big wins and we could get back to this when it feels a little bit more serious and not just like a eliminator match to further what's going on,
Yeah, we got the stuff afterwards, which played into the segment from All Out where Mariah's saying, "I'm still not ready to give you guys my championship celebration. Feels like something's missing." And she says, "Mina, I need you. Come back." And that's why I thought that this was leading at All Out. So it's interesting that it didn't happen here. That's why I said it kind of feels like some wires were crossed or like it was like a scheduling issue or something. Right. It just feels like something was off here because all of this kind of feels a bit disjointed.
Mm-hmm. Like they're like off by a week or something trying to get to it. It sucks, but they're getting to it.
Yeah, but I'm excited because I definitely feel like the Wrestle Dream match is going to be Mariah versus Mina. I feel like this is leading to Mina showing back up and Mariah is going to turn on her.
And that's heat.
Yeah, and that plays into all of the stuff. I think if anything you could play off of from the Tony storyline, you still have the leftover Mina Shirakawa stuff, so that makes sense. I kind of thought that maybe we would get something sooner with Mina, but if you're going to do the Wrestle Dream show and that has the partnership stuff with New Japan, it makes sense.
Right.
But yeah, I thought that match was good. I thought the after stuff was good. Just a little disjointed. Yeah. I thought all of like the Darby stuff was.
We knew we were gonna get here, Phil. That's what made it even worse, I think.
So, just to start off, I thought Darby's promo was great when he came down and him just reacting to Mox looking for him and just his reactions to everything that's happening. I thought he handled himself very well in that segment. Even when Mox came down, I thought he had some great comebacks from Mox. I thought he held his own in the ring with him. I thought Mox's promo also was great. Him saying like, "Look, man, I like you, man. I see myself in you, but you're not ready for this. You're not ready to be a world champion. Give me the title shot." And immediately,
like Mox is kind of right. Like the title shot is supposed to be in 2 weeks. You're not ready for this, Darby Allin. Look at where you've been in this last couple months. Like I'm the one that's ready for this.
Yeah. So all of that stuff, I thought that was good. I'd also like the idea of playing into how a lot of the younger wrestlers in this company are still kind of in hero worship mode with Bryan, and they're all looking at it like, yeah, I want to beat him and take his championship. And he was like, "No, y'all don't see what needs to be done. This guy has to go. This ain't his company no more. It's not just that I want that championship off of him. I am going to send him home."
Right.
Because that's where he belongs. Y'all are not ready to do that.
Yeah, so I liked both of. I think both of them show intensity. It didn't feel like a wrestling promo at point. It felt like the two of them were just, having a conversation with some meanings. Now, what they got to, I don't know how I feel about this, Phil. I'm not really. The controversy of Darby had the title shot through All In and All Out, and that was kind of muddying up the storylines because he was looming in the wings and they were playing into that. And now he's essentially putting it up against Moxley on the show he was supposed to get a title match against. Like, huh?
So The ending of this, the outcome of all of this is that he is going to put his world title shot on the line against Moxley at the show where he was supposed to get the title shot, Grand Slam. And so that left it open where there is no title shot because now the guy that had the title shot on that card is defending his title shot against Moxley.
Right.
If you remember, and if you guys have been watching this show for the past few weeks, I have been slowly telling you guys that I'm worried about this since we talked about All In, since we previewed All In, and I was the only guy that sat here and said, hey, I think Darby needs to win this match because if he doesn't win this match, what are you going to do with him? Because if he loses to Jack, which isn't inherently bad, Jack could use the win. But you set this up now that he has 2 title shots. And this is why I didn't understand why you gave him 2 title shots going in All In. Because now you gave him a loss at that pay-per-view. He comes out of the pay-per-view where you're supposed to see him as a number 1 contender in a few weeks. But then you set up another contender, and then you do an open challenge. You do all of these other things, and people are kind of forgetting, hey, this guy won Royal Rampage. He's supposed to be the number 1 contender. So then when you get to this, and you're building up a more intriguing storyline with Mox and Bryan, nobody's going to care about the fact that he was number 1 contender, and you should because you devoted TV time to that. Why'd you devote TV time to that if it was just going to feel like an afterthought? And then in the storyline to this, Mox just taking the title because – listen, I know we're going to do, and I saw a bit of this on Twitter when I tweeted certain things. Well, we don't know where this is going. Mox is going to beat this guy and take his title shot.
Yeah, it's not really. When people say we don't know where this is going, I'm like, we do know where this is going. Mox is winning.
There's only one logical place for this to go. With the stuff that you've built up for after this pay-per-view, you started an angle on your pay-per-view. That's the match. The money match coming out of this is Bryan versus Mox. Darby feels like an afterthought in that. So even if you do this and somehow make it a tie, which I don't know why you would do that, even if you make it a triple threat match, no, that's not the story. The story is Bryan versus Mox. Darby is going to lose this. So again, you for weeks did all of these stipulation matches where you set up title matches. You had Darby win Royal Rampage, and then in Blood and Guts, you had him get a TNT title match. In the span of these few weeks, he's going to lose both. So why'd you do it?
No title matches at all for this. I mean, no title wins, no nothing. It's kind of crazy.
So why'd you do that? And again, hey, I will be more than willing to eat crow if we come on here in a few weeks and he goes into New York and he loses. But I just don't see that happening.
It doesn't make sense. Why would Moxley be telling the story and then Darby beats? Like, I don't want to see Darby wrestle Bryan at all. Besides, like them being from Washington,
so
you know?
Why would you do that? And you're bringing Mox back in this way. You're making him this big, compelling heel. It makes absolutely no sense for you to introduce this new character and have him lose.
Right.
So
that's the main thing. Mox is not going to lose a fucking match in 2 weeks.
Yeah. So the second you set up this conflict with him and Darby, there's only one place for this to go. Darby's going to lose, and he's going to lose his title shot. And so that's why I'm like, why'd you give him 2 title shots to begin with?
Why'd you give him those?
And then to go along with this, and this is what I was saying last week, again, now you have this contract looming around it with Christian.
Yep.
And then you did this open challenge last week, or 2 weeks ago, leading into All Out. It's just like, well, why did you do all of those things instead of just going from A to B? If the Mox thing was looming, why didn't Mox just win the gauntlet match?
That's what I said. I thought he was going to win the match at All In. I'm still confused as why he wasn't in the All In match.
It just feels like you did a lot of scenic tours and you did a lot of going around instead of just going from A to B. And again, I know people were upset because I said, oh, this is convoluted and Jack wasn't the right choice and all these other things. That didn't have anything to do with Jack or me just trying to criticize for the sake of. I just didn't understand why you were going all of these routes instead of just...
It still didn't make sense. This would have made more sense now thinking about it. Bryan says open challenge. Darby comes and answers the open challenge being like, I have a title match anyways. And then Mox comes and is like, you already had a title match, bull. Give me that one.
Yeah, so we got all of that. And then we got to the Nigel segment. Now, the Nigel segment was great. I thought it ruled. His promo was great. Awesome. I loved that he came out, and it's what you would expect based on what we've heard from Nigel. the entire time he's been on commentary. I hate that guy.
Mm-hmm.
When I look at what he's doing right now, that should be me. And so I love that he came out and immediately brought that fire. I love that after the All In match, or him showing up at All In and taking a part in the gauntlet, he's just like, no. I got another match in me. And if I'm going to wrestle anybody, it's going to be him because I have to beat him. And just the ties to that and ROH and what that means for this company. I saw them put the I think there's like a documentary or something that they're putting on Ring of Honor right now where you can watch that. All of that is great. I love everything about it. I hate how we got here.
That's very simple. Yeah, that's it.
I hate it because that's why I'm like, this is why last week I said, if you were going to do that and do the gauntlet and have Christian win the gauntlet, why didn't Nigel just answer the open challenge?
Yep.
It would have been a very simple way to do that. Why did you did all of this to take the title picture off of the card for Grand Slam just to get to this match when you could have just done open challenge?
And now this match is going to be a non-title match.
Is it?
Yeah. They haven't said this is a title match. Yeah, this isn't going to be a title match. The way that Nigel was talking in that, he's like, I don't know if you're going to make it and you won't be able to defend your title, but I want to have this match.
And that makes no sense. That makes no sense. He's champion.
Right.
That makes no sense. And then you also have to put the disclaimer on the match announcement if Bryan can wrestle, because you have all this stuff from the pay-per-view of him being taken out, and Mox saying on this show he won't be able to wrestle at Grand Slam, so give me your title shot.
Right.
But then you have somebody moments later come out and say, hey, I want to wrestle that guy on this card.
Yeah, that part didn't make sense at all. That doesn't make any sense. Mox is like, you're not going to be able to wrestle Bryan. He's not going to be there. And then Nigel's like, actually, Bryan's going to be there. You want to wrestle? But Mox just told us he wasn't going to be there.
And I'm sure now you can say in character, Mox lied. Sure. But again, he just tried to murder the guy.
Yeah.
So it's just all a bit too convoluted. I don't think you needed to do that. I think you could have. I think where we're going with the Mox storyline and his character, I like it. I like all of that. I like that we're getting the Nigel match. Well, if we get the Nigel match, quote unquote, I'm very much excited for that. I just don't like how we got here. And this was what I was trying to express for the past 2 weeks. I don't think you had to make this nearly as cumbersome, but here we are. I am excited about
the match. Is going to be awesome. A lot of
the match,
a lot of story. All the elements are there. It's just like they could have got here a different way. I think that Darby is getting the short end of the stick under all of this. That's kind of what it is.
I agree. And this is, again, what I was saying earlier with like homegrowns and like young guys. And when you look at how this looks, the optic of it isn't great. But I like the idea that Bryan from day one has had the big matches at Grand Slam. That's where he had the Kenny match in 2021. He tried to wrestle Mox for the vacant AEW World Championship after the Brawl Out situation. And now, one of the greatest rivals of his career, he's getting to wrestle him at Grand Slam. And then like the connections to Ring of Honor and New York. I think all of that is dope. Yeah. Like I said, I wish we got here in a less convoluted way.
Could have got here in a different way.
But yeah, then we have the booking of this gauntlet match. Now, the gauntlet match was great.
Yes,
I thought it was a lot of fun. Watching it, I didn't watch it live, which some people didn't like. But I didn't watch it live. But sitting watching it, and I was like, this is great. I mean, the thing with the tornado stipulation is it's technically not really tag team wrestling. It's just a bunch of guys in the ring. It's like, but this was a lot of fun. I thought the guys that got in it. Before I say that, this also goes into kind of the slapdash booking and my issue with champions challenging champions. Okay, so you have trios champions. 2 of those guys out of the trios champions challenged the Young Bucks at the pay-per-view. By the end of the night, you effectively split up that trio because Yuta isn't on the same side as Claudio and Pac. So what are you going to do with that? And you didn't address that at all on Dynamite. Then you put Private Party in the trios match, a team that I very much would have liked to see in that gauntlet match.
Yep.
You put them in this trios match, and they just got squashed and beat down. Mm-hmm. It was just like, well, why'd you do that? You didn't have to do that. And again, this goes back again to my theme of if you're a young guy in that locker room and certain things you're doing is at the expense of other things, I could see you feeling away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could be pretty frustrating for sure.
Yeah. So either way, the gauntlet was fun. When they announced that, when they started building the stuff with Osprey and doing the backstage segments and Osprey picked Fletcher, I immediately was like, oh no, why are we doing this? And then you immediately say on television, he hasn't lost a gauntlet match. I was like, because it felt exactly like what WWE did a few weeks ago when they opened the show with the Bloodline segment and they had the gauntlet match at the end. Once they set things up that way and you put Jacob in the gauntlet match, I was like, okay, well, Jacob and whoever he picks as his tag partner is going to win. Right. Because that is the main storyline. He's the hot guy that you're trying to get everyone to invest in. He can't lose.
Nope.
And so it felt that way. As soon as you put Osprey in this match, it's like, okay, we can't lose. He's not going to lose.
When they started to pump it up as he hadn't lost one, I was like, that is not a good sign.
Yes. And it's a bit different than the example from SmackDown because they didn't have to be pinned to lose.
Right.
But still, once you set up the scenario.
Once you tell me Osprey is in this match and what got him here and he's never lost one, like it feels like this match is set up for him. Like you knew kind of what time it was.
But yeah, fun match. How cool was it to see that reaction to the Outrunners and just to see how well the collision stuff is working and how over those guys have gotten. That
was awesome.
That's cool for them, man. Really excited for them. Very weird seeing certain people's reactions to it. And just based off their reaction, I was like, boy, it sure seems like they should have won. Because they're a team that it wouldn't have hurt anything to give them that win. And even if they have like a exciting match at Grand Slam, because Grand Slam's not pay-per-view, it's just a special episode, you give them that spot in New York, and if they lose, it does nothing to hurt them. It put them in a high spot on the show, and it gave the Young Bucks somebody new to work.
Yep.
So I thought, looking at it, I was like, oh, sure seems like the Outrunners should have won this match, but no, Osprey and Fletcher won this match, and the finish was dope. I liked the finish a lot, but the outcome, did not like it.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, as soon as Grizzly Young Vets hit the scene and then FTR immediately took him out, I was off. You got
that was so dumb. And sorry, I don't have a better word to say it, but
honestly,
it was dumb. I didn't like it. I didn't like it.
I mean, they're getting the match. They set up the match for Collision, but I'm like, that's not really.
So, and this is what, again, you brought them in at All In. You present them in this way right after the match in London, and then you kind of go around the block to tell this story to get back to the FDR match. I just don't feel like you needed to make it like you could just make this straightforward. You don't have to do all of this to get to this place. So having this beatdown segment in there where I thought it made both of those teams look silly because it's like,
why would FTR run away from the fucking title match? You know what I mean? Like, why would you even run away from the ring to go attack the Grizzle Young Vets when if you win this match, you get a title match?
Exactly. You can always go back and wrestle those guys at any time. You get a title match if you win. Telling me we don't care about the match and getting the title match? Like, what do you mean? Like,
that goes against everything that FTR represents.
Like, it just doesn't make sense for either of these teams. Like, I just don't understand why you would do that. And I get it's a way to get them off screen to just get to the FDR.
So they don't have to lose in the way that to
get to the FDR and Grizzle Young Veterans match and to kick the Grizzle Young Vets Young Bucks match down the road. I get it, but the execution of it didn't make sense to me. I just don't think you should have done that.
I don't like it.
But also just this idea of where the tag division is right now. And a lot of people going into this had hoped that this gauntlet match was the reset. It was going to change things, set up some fresh opponents for the Young Bucks. And it didn't. Let's advance another storyline that's not a part of the tag division, and then put together a hodgepodge tag team match
It's the
just
same
for the
match
show.
we just got it all in with, or all out with Claudio and Yuta. Like, they shouldn't have been in this match. Again, it's another, like, I understand, but you guys are just trying to further the Don Callis thing. And again, the tag team championships are falling to the wayside of the other story.
Yeah, I didn't like it. And then also, Osprey getting a big match here, and make no mistake, I think the match is going to be great. All four of these guys are great wrestlers. It's going to be a fun match. When they announced that trios match out of it, boy, that looks awesome. Osprey, Takeshita, and Flesher taking on the Elite. That looks fire. Very excited for that trios match. But
how much more would you want to see Osprey in a defend his championship, though? Wouldn't that have been way better?
Yeah, I would have prepared something else. You could have, you could have gave Private Party to win here. You could have gave the Outrunners to win here. I just think the other options are better than this. Than
Grizzly
just doing.
We could have get to that. Like, there's
even if
they could have did any of the Kingdom, any of the established tag teams could have been in this.
I think this was a mistake. Not mistake in the sense of
the match is gonna bang. It's fucking Kyle Fletcher and Osprey, but that's not what this needed right now.
You're gonna give people the banger match they want, but I think it's a mistake in trying to reestablish your tag team division at a point where it desperately needs it. We're at a period right now where the women's division was heavily criticized for the longest. The thing that from day one you had together, the thing that was your bread and butter was tag team wrestling. And you've gone so far from that place. And then you look at the optic of, all right, you're getting ready to potentially lose the Lucha Brothers. And you couldn't land Motor City Machine Gun. We got the reports this week that it's a done deal. They're signed with WWE. It seems like they're going to be on NXT. So you have all of these optics and this perception going on. And this is what you do with the tag division? Like, I just don't get that.
And you had this egregious line in the in the promo with Don Callis and Will Ospreay. At one point, Kyle Fletcher, one half of what's considered one of the best tag team in the world, goes, yeah, Osprey, there's nobody in the world I'd rather win those championships with. And I was like, wait.
I forgot he said
that's a lie. You have a tag team partner named Mark fucking Davis. Why would you say that?
I forgot he said that because All the Open is a fantastic tag team. You immediately diminished them as a tag team.
Immediately. That fast was one fucking bar. I'm like, wait, he's in a tag team. What are y'all doing?
I forgot he said that. And then you also diminish the rest of the tag division because you're like, oh, well, he always wins his gauntlet match. So you put him in there. It won't matter that the other tag teams have chemistry together. That doesn't matter. It's just Will Ospreay. So you just beat them. It's just like, I just don't like anything about the booking.
You said Osprey's better than all these tag teams. That's what you said. And I understand what you're trying to do, but you don't do this. That's your division, dude. Yeah. It's just like when WWE would have John Cena's taking on the whole roster. Why are you doing the roster like that then?
It's exactly the stuff that I don't like that WWE does all the time with tag team wrestling. I just don't like it.
They just don't like tag team wrestling anywhere.
Yeah.
On WWE they like it in NXT and they kind of like it in TNA, but it's bad. This wasn't a good sign for the discourse we've been having on the Young Bucks, and they came in with another trolley thing, and then this is the result of you guys don't even give me a real tag team just to you know me, Phil. I love just matches for matches. If it's gonna bang, that usually outweighs. But this is concerning those championships. This is concerning the division that needs something to bite into, and this ain't it.
Yeah. Do we have any more super chats left? And I'm sure we have humper chats left. We're gonna rush through our last topic. See, from Rafael Garcia, says Eddie would have unwillingly liberated someone from his mortal plane for real. No one has told either him or Dragunov that wrestling is predetermined. and Dragunov be putting the flops on these guys.
No, I saw that Dragunov did an interview or something where he was like, "My family hates my wrestling style," and I was like, "I bet, dog."
I'm sure they do. Well, she was great this week. I thought the Fatal 4-Way to end the Intercontinental Championship tournament was great. I thought the opening was great as well. The street fight with American Made and the Wyatts was also fire.
Who won the Intercontinental match?
Big Yeats, Jey Uso. So it's going to be Jey Uso versus Braun Breaker coming up soon.
Rikishi's tweets got through, Rikishi yelled and finally got there. Rikishi was on every interview. Feel like, my son, dog, what they doing over there?
My seed.
My seed.
My seed.
They do not know how to book. I'm like, Rikishi, I think it's okay, big dog. He's over.
But yeah, I thought the street fight was really good. It feels like they learned some of the lessons from the first time around with like the Fiend and Wyatt stuff, where it doesn't matter how much spooky stuff you do and how much people are intrigued in the characters. At some point, you got to get to the match, and you got to have story stuff that pays off with the match. And so I like that all of the story stuff they've been doing led to the matches, and the matches have been good. When you give them the multi-man matches, you have guys in that group that can actually work. And I thought that this was a very enjoyable match.
Right. Now they're doing a lot better with the YS6 in the execution.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what you're going to do with Gable and those guys moving forward, because that's another one where what are they doing with the tag titles on Raw? Like, you've had the tag titles on Judgment Day all this time. They don't defend those belts.
And before him, it was Awesome Truth who didn't.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. You've got a tag team in the Creed that you can move forward and do cool things. You have fucking Authors of Pain on this same brand. Like, what's going on, man?
They got a couple of heavy hitting tag teams on the Raw brand that are just kind of.
Yeah,
hard. Like, even the Judgment Day, if you guys were just working matches, then would be great. You guys aren't even working.
Yeah, you could get a tag team out of this Wyatt 6 thing and let them work tag matches. Like, what's going on?
I don't know.
See, from Van Tweed Blade, he says, YouTube ate my super. 2D Lynn should be number one. Cody who troll face. That's why they ate it. They were like, nah, this guy's talking nonsense. Let's get this out of here.
Nah. Honestly.
Shout out to 2D.
They're like, no more PWI talk. Run this and run that.
Wrap it up. That's what they were like. Wrap it up.
Wrap it up, B.
Wrap it up. From Smiley, she says, afternoon, boys. Hope you are doing well. Excited for NXT Chicago in a couple weeks. SmackDown was actually good last night. Hi, Reggie. Miss your friend.
Hey, Tracy. Love you, friend. Hope you're doing well over there. Phil's excited about that NXT show too, right, Phil?
Got some cool things going on over there. I thought about pulling up.
You're home. It could be two Phils in the building, you know?
It sounds like we're probably going to get a Jade and Bianca match. Like, they're trying to load it up.
I hate when they do that.
They had no choice. It's the premiere on CW. They're trying to get people to watch it. They're trying to fill up that arena
my pet peeve with this is, then what about next week? Jade and Bianca ain't gonna be there next week. CM Punk ain't gonna be there next week. What about in 3 weeks? They're not gonna be like, show me the show that I'm gonna be watching. Don't show me what this could be.
All right, I definitely agree, but I also think they're trying to.
I know why they're doing. I know exactly what they're doing. It's WWE.
Yeah, they're trying to get enough stuff. Like, I would not be surprised at all if that's where Motor City Machine Guns debut.
Definitely,
because they're trying to get enough people to watch it, but also put things in place to like build this era of NXT and get people to keep watching. So, like, I would not be surprised at all if Julia wins and Motor City Machine Guns.
They're building a young guy thing with 40-year-olds?
Be careful now. Careful.
You guys,
people did not like that tweet. You guys
didn't read my tweet. You guys don't fucking know. I praised the Motor City Machine Gun. The whole thing wasn't about them being old. It was about them being old and needing to get to the matches. You dumb fucking idiots. It wasn't about NXT or hating NXT. It's about One time Chris Sabin was out for a whole year. He came back, and the first match he came back in, he got injured again for another fucking year. We have to get to it. We can't have them down there bullshitting with the developmental guys. This isn't Motor City Machine Guns are too old to be on wrestling. That's the exact opposite of what I was saying.
I didn't. I thought that was idiots. I thought that was obvious. I don't know why people read it that way. I don't think. Why
are you talking about the age? That's not what I'm saying, you dumb idiots.
I don't think you were bringing up their age. Like, all right, they're too old to be on this brand. I think you were saying, not only are these guys older than like the demographic and stuff that you're trying to create there, and you're trying to make this built around young up and comers. They don't really fit that, but also these guys have been wrestling together since 2006. Like, they don't need developmental. If you're just putting them there as a reason to get people to watch and to build around it, like, I feel like you could do something else. But that's just a matter of opinion.
That's what I was trying to say, Phil. But look, Phil said it, but they don't be hearing me.
Yeah, it's just
got that from my tweets, but I mean, he's my friend, so I guess he understands.
It's a matter of opinion. I get why some people are for it, but I also understood what you were saying.
Yeah, and I also understand the other side too. Like, oh yeah, they're gonna use these to build NXT. They're awesome guys to be in. If you want to teach tag team wrestling, like fuck, Motor City Machine Guns are here. But like, I want to see them wrestle at WrestleMania, and like, I don't want any roadblocks between that. So I feel like fast track these motherfuckers out there because they've been on TV for 20 years. They don't need to find the hard cam.
Yeah, I saw some people saying like, you guys, you want them to go to the main roster where the tag division isn't good. Well, shouldn't you be interjecting a good tag team into the division that's not good to make the division better?
Good? How do you make it good? Add good tag teams to it. And how do you make it even the best? Add one of the best tag teams of all time to it.
Yeah, change the ecosystem around it. That's why. I mean, like, I have to assume we're getting the Usos back soon. Like, Usos versus Motor City Machine Guns. You got things you can do there. Street Profits. Like, you got stuff you can do. Like, I just think people were just intentionally misunderstanding.
Machine Guns versus DIY, dog. Lock me all the way in. That's hot. Bro.
Yeah. From Leron 40 says Nigel should have answered Danielson's open challenge, and that should have been the match at All Out. Jack could defend against someone else. I agree. That was kind of what I was thinking.
People not defending their championships because they're doing other shit. It's like they could stretch out like cards with championships and stakes if they would not do this. That's what I just don't get about it. Like the Osprey thing. We could be having a great Osprey International Championship match at Grand Slam. Instead, he's in a fucking tag match. You know what I mean? Like, what?
Got another one from Leron 40 says there's an argument to be made that maybe the AEW creative team is too big and not on the same page because these stories are too convoluted. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how we got here, but it just seems like there's too many things happening at once, and it doesn't feel like there's nothing wrong with doing multiple plot points at the same time and they all converge in one place. But it doesn't feel like they've converged in a place that makes sense. It doesn't seem like they're converging in a way that is bolstering what you were already doing. And that's what I'm saying with the Darby thing. If the lead into this is you're telling the story that, all right, Darby wanted to be the first guy to hold the AEW World title and the TNT title, and then he just fell short. Okay, but I don't think you effectively told that story with Darby before you started doing other things.
Right. This narrative that there's too many people on AEW's creative, that's not the thing. The issue is creative control, as always. The issue is, hey, do you want to do this? Nope.
Maybe. I don't know.
The issue is when you can start to tell a promoter no.
Yeah. From Will Chisholm, it makes it worse that the Young Bucks promo felt like it was going to be a surprise in the match. Yeah, that was also
strange. That didn't help at all. It
was strange. Appreciate you guys for super chats.
Y'all are the best.
Appreciate you guys for sending your humper chats. We got some more humper chats to get through. Trying to see how many we have because we are running long.
I'm like, we are still on Grapsody. This is crazy.
We've got a lot left. Let me refresh this. Yeah, but we have quite a few left.
I love y'all. Y'all are the best. Thank you so much.
Yeah, this might be our series finale. Okay, more from Tony P says, how this could be played into this angle out away from the tag belts. They could have achieved all of those story beats in a more coherent, clearer way than what has been presented to us. Still excited for Grand Slam. Just stop and close these blatant logic gaps. Yeah, I agree. I think that's the big issue here, is that I think a lot of us like where we're going. It's just like you've just got all of these unnecessary plot points. Got the necessary plot holes.
AEW exists in this space of, you got the talent, you got all the pieces to complete this puzzle, but like, how is the puzzle being formed?
Correct. Tony P also says love the new SmackDown intro with Meg, but I hate the damn new logo. By the way, Cody, you had the chance to stop the madness. Why you signed that contract and confirmed is still the Bloodline show, especially when these OTC chants started to drown the Cody chants. Shaking my head. Other than that, SmackDown started and ended strong. Match wise, that is. Get Cody away from the Bloodline, and Paul, stop stroking your damn ego. LOL. Raw was a mixed bag of noise and Megan. The Goldberg line from Michelin star quality was Michelin star quality. I know we were all waiting for Sean. No, that bro, Gunther's amazing, man. That line was great. His delivery of it, the little smirk he had on when he said it, all fucking hilarious. That was great. Great use of Brett, I thought.
Yeah, I was wondering what they were gonna do with them. I'm like, what is this leading to? Like, they can't beat up Brett. Like, what? Like, just Drew gonna hit him with the Claymore kick? And no, I think that they used him right, having Gunther troll him essentially. It's hilarious.
Yeah. But he also gave us the other big talking point out of last night. SmackDown premiered on the USA Network. We are
SmackDown.
We're back on USA with SmackDown. We're officially at the end of the Fox era. And
crazy.
The immediate thing that made me feel like this might be better is we opened with Meg. I was like, oh, this is much better than the SmackDown thing we had before. And of course, certain wrestling fans were like, what is this? This isn't wrestling music.
There's some coded language out there, you guys. I'll just say that.
Very, very weird. But no, I thought that this was dope. I thought it was cool to see Meg get this opportunity. They're going with the Never Play record from her current album.
So awesome. A brand new hip hop song from a relevant hip hop artist.
Relevant hip hop act.
Amazing.
This is like a current record that's been hot as well. I thought this was a great choice. And also, if you're trying to court Meg and get her to come over here and do more things, this is the way to do that. So
Facts.
I get it.
I love hearing that about this, because some people were like you said, this isn't wrestling music. Rock music is wrestling music. I'm like, but we had to listen to, like, I fucks with Elton John, but like Saturday night's all right for a fight, nigga. I don't want to hear this to start my wrestling show.
I like Elton John.
I mean, I like Elton John too, but like, we're about to watch wrestling, my nigga. What the fuck is this?
I like the original Collision theme song, but it's fine. It's good.
But wrestling music is whatever you make it. If it's some pop, that's what wrestling. Yeah. Wrestling music isn't just fucking rock music, and rock music, of course, is rock music.
Yes. Well, yeah, I thought this was dope for Meg. Meg tweeted about it. I think it's very funny that at one point Mercedes was like, "Hey, I really want to do something with Meg. I really want Meg to do some wrestling stuff," and they were like, "Oh, you do?"
Not even at one point, like 2 days ago, she said this.
Yeah, let's make some calls. But yeah,
you like Meg? You want to wrestle her?
Yeah. But yeah, I thought this was dope. I definitely think we're gonna see Meg show up at some point. I could see her easily showing up at WrestleMania in Vegas.
Yep, totally.
That would make a lot of sense. But yeah, I thought that this was
good gift for them.
I thought this was a great way to kick this off and show that this is a new era, bring some excitement to the brand, bring something fresh and new. Then, like I said, we opened with Triple H opened the show. He had to let you know, I'm here. This is my show. Then we opened with the cage match, which I thought the cage match.
We are ready, Triple H. We've been ready for like 20 years, big dog.
We've been ready. Opened with the cage match. I thought the cage match was strong. This was definitely better than a SummerSlam match to me. I love that Cody is progressively doing all of the AEW bits, jumping off the top of the cage. I thought that was fantastic.
Cody's kind of like the same way we talked about CM Punk a few weeks ago. An old school match, like a cage match. Cody's just kind of cooking that. That's just like his bread and butter, you know?
Yeah, I thought they worked this very well. They tricked us several times with the escape spots. I was like, please don't do that. But yeah, ended up beating Solo clean. Yep. With the crossroads to end the match. I thought that was a great way to end this. Then we got the return of Roman Reigns. They've kind of booked this Roman return in a very strange way, like having the big return at SummerSlam and then taking him off TV for a long time, doing the pay-per-views in between there where he wasn't on either of those pay-per-views was an interesting choice. But yeah, I thought that
Roman just is not going overseas, is he?
Yeah.
Roman is just like, I'm from America, big dog.
But yeah, I thought, like I said, this match was good. I thought the way that they handled all of the Roman stuff, him coming down and coming to save, it's getting more and more to the point. And I know that this is the intended reaction, is that Solo is the guy you're not supposed to like. You're supposed to feel like he's a fraud. Mm-hmm. But the more and more I see them other three guys together, they got something, man. When they were on NXT by themselves,
I was gonna say they looked NFT this week, and I was like, "Whoa, they look way better." Just like
they were cool, man. And then they came out and they cut the promo while they were walking out, and you remember a lot of times why Tama Tonga is so cool. He's got this presence to him. It's like, nah, these three guys together are pretty cool.
Your boy Solo might be holding them down. Like, I don't know what's going on. They don't look as dope standing behind them. What is it? Is that intentional too? You think?
I think it is because again, you're supposed to feel like this guy's a fraud. Like those guys don't need you. You need them. Mm-hmm. And so after the match, when they came down and they started scaling the cage and getting there, I was like, nah, this is fire. This makes those guys look dangerous. Right. And so immediately when they got in there and started beating up Cody, I was like, nah, this again makes these guys look like killers. Mm-hmm. Like it makes it look like this guy is a guy that tricked his way into a good situation, and he's rolling with a gang of killers. Mm-hmm. And so I thought the way that this was handled was great. Bringing in Roman, the way that they did was great. Having Roman tease that stare down with Jacob, which, whoo, boy, just the way they played it up of him standing outside the cage, looking in, coming in, and you could tell all of it, Jacob coming in like, nah, I've been wanting to smoke. Mm-hmm. Gets in there, and Solo is the one that stops it, pulls him out before we can get the reaction because he can't let that happen. Mm-hmm. Not just because the fans want it, and that plays into his dynamic as a heel, but also it plays into the stuff with Cody from a few weeks ago where Cody offered him the title match. It's like, nah, you're getting too big for your britches. You're supposed to be behind.
You're
me.
my enforcer. Like all the opportunities, I get the opportunities, and you get them for me. Exactly. Mm-hmm.
It's the exact position he was in with Roman. It's like, no, you're behind me. You acknowledge me. Mm-hmm. And also, Jacob is just so good at all of this stuff. His facial expressions when he got in the ring, and then when he got pulled out, and he was standing there for a while, and he was like, "I love you, I love you." Just so good. But yeah,
he's just a worker.
Yes, but just opening that show and bookending the show with the stuff with this, and then the stuff at the end with Cody and Roman, I thought that worked very well. That stare down between Cody and Roman in the cage was great, and then like the tension from backstage of Cody saying, "Listen, I'm done with the bloodline. I don't want this tag match. I'm not helping Roman. I don't want it." Then we get to the main event, and it's like, oh, well, seems like you do want this match.
Yeah, I think you kind of are into this. You might like this.
Yeah, so I like having the guys come down and jump these guys, and it's like, nah, I'm sick of these guys. Mm-hmm. Roman signs it, Cody signs it. Good segment was a little wonky, but I thought it was a good way to open and end the show.
I mean, you got to get Roman on the premiere on USA, so this all makes sense.
Yes.
I figured that he was going to be back. I didn't know that was going to be the match at Bad Blood, but
It works because
yeah,
it's a way to get Roman on the card, and it's a way to continue to build to the Survivor Series match. Like, you got to build up a reason for Roman to go and get the gang back together, and you got to continue to make this version of the Bloodline look like that much of a threat.
right.
And so
that means they're probably going to come up then, the Bloodline, because you got to introduce the Usos, right?
yeah, I have to assume that you're going to get back to the Usos in some way. You have to. But yeah, again, you had to get Roman on this show. You got to build to the pay-per-view match, and then because we got the announcement on Raw that they're doing the Hell in a Cell match with Punk and Drew, it feels like that's going to be the big attraction match for the show. So I could see you not necessarily want to do like a big Roman match, just doing a tag match. And that fits with like In Your House and Bad Blood because, of course, that's where Hell in a Cell debuted and some of the stuff around it. So it fits.
Yep.
Some of the in-between stuff was it was interesting. They continue to build the women's stuff on SmackDown better than Raw, and it's very strange to watch. It's like even the stuff that I'm not that into on SmackDown, it still feels like there's a better direction for the women over there.
I want to know what the disconnect is with the women's divisions on there. Because it seems like
I don't know.
Right? Isn't it weird? Like like you can feel it, you can see it. It's like they feel like they're putting way more effort into it over here on SmackDown. Like I'm actually into the stories, and on Raw, it's like,
yeah,
Dominic.
Yeah, but yeah, I like what they're still doing with Nia. Nia continues to impress me as champion. I like that they're continuing to give Mia Yim a spot on the show. The stuff they're doing with Tiffany is doing well. And now you're bringing Bayley back into the mix and adding Naomi. I like it a lot because you're continuing to build up this idea like, hey, Naomi and Bayley really get along, but Naomi is also a part of the Big Three, and Bianca has told y'all, I do not fuck with Bayley. I don't like Bayley, and she has all the reasons in the world not to like her because of the damage control stuff. And so I feel like this is all converging, and that's probably going to be a part of the build to the women's War Games match, because we also got the tag team stuff backstage where Bianca and Jade were doing an interview, and then Nia interrupted her, and it feels like they're building a common enemy in Nia for them. But it's going to be interesting to see how they put together the babyface team. I have to assume the heel team will probably be Nia, Tiffany Stratton, Chelsea, Piper, and maybe somebody else. But yeah, we got the stipulation match out of this, that this is booking towards a tag match next week, and whoever wins from the babyface team gets the title match at the pay-per-view. But if one of them loses, they have to leave SmackDown.
Oh, interesting. They gonna send somebody?
Interesting, because this could lead to the Big Three being separated momentarily, even though the champions are floating, so they can go to either brand. But this could lead to Naomi going to Raw, or this could end up with Bayley back on Raw with Damage Control. With no friends.
I see it. That's dope.
So yeah, I think what they're doing with the women is good. I definitely feel like all of this is building to something with the War Games match. We got the 5th entry in Mello versus Andrade. No surprise, all 5 of these matches have been great. I really love this match. I really love that they've built this around creating a contender for the U.S. title. I keep saying it, this LA Knight guy, pretty popular. When he came out after the match, that crowd was very excited for him. And like I said, I love that it's not just, all right, let's put these 2 wrestlers that don't have anything going together and then somehow get to the title match. They did a series of matches that I think both of these guys benefited from, and we got great matches out of it.
Yeah, it feels like Mello needed something extra while he got up there, because there was like a lot of fanfare and like the draft and all this, but then there was like a little bit of period of he was kind of lolling around. But this Andrade series, I think, has made him into exactly who they want him to be. And it's helped Andrade tremendously too, because there was a lot of weird
Yes.
stuff coming off of him coming back from AEW, and I think he showed everybody that he could still go with the best of them.
Yeah, every time he does that little feint kick he does into that back elbow, it looks crazy.
I'm always like, Chris Jericho, stop.
Yeah, it looks crazy. And man, him and Mello wrestled 5 very good matches.
Yeah.
Very excited to see Andrade versus LA Knight. Very excited to see what else they do with Mello off the backs of this. Man, they could end up going back to Andrade with Mello, and I wouldn't be mad at it.
Honestly, for the championship this time.
Yeah. But I thought it was a good premiere. I thought it was a good way to differentiate this show from the show on Fox. Even the presentation around it. And the logo is not the biggest fan of the logo, but the presentation of the show, like the graphics around it, like the transitions and stuff, all look great.
You like the credits too?
The credits is still it's a weird choice, but I like the presentation of the show a lot.
SmackDown's a few times throughout the years anytime they've done a rebrand, it's always seemed fresh, and they always seem to take more chances with SmackDown than they do with Raw, which is funny.
Yeah, we also got the news because Raw will continue to be on USA for the remainder of the year, but it's going back to 2 hours, guys. It will no longer be 3 hours. I think that is the best news we've heard in a long time.
God.
I'm so glad. 2 hours of Raw. Thank you. But that immediately raises the question when it goes to Netflix, is it going to go back to 3 hours? Is it going to stay 2 hours? Are they going to do like varying amounts of time? Or could we tune in one week and get 2 hours, tune in the next week and get 3 hours? It's very interesting. I do like the idea of possibly making the show 3 hours when you have enough content to make it 3 hours and not just 3 hours because
not making it because you have 3 hours, having to fill that 3 hours.
Yes, but like more of this idea of like, hey, if we have all of this stuff, like if we have a gauntlet we want to do, or if we have something that necessitates 3 hours, then
like you don't have to have limits on time anymore. Like, oh, we want this match to go this like 20 extra minutes. Like it previously was, we're stuck in a TV schedule. We can't really get to it. Now they can do stuff like that. So like if it was going to be this amount of time in the show, they can change it and adjust due to varying shows, which I think is probably the best part coming out of this. So a really funny thing if people are like, do you think that Raw and Netflix is going to have commercials? And I'm like, do you guys know who you're talking about?
Of course. They like money.
Yeah, what do you mean?
They like money.
Well, WWE have commercials. You fucking bet your ass they're gonna have commercials.
Yeah. I thought this was a fun show. We got more KO stuff with Theory. They're still teasing this split between Theory and Waller, which I still don't know how I feel about potential babyface Theory, but I like what they're doing.
It's gonna take some work to get that fool to be a babyface, but they're working on it.
So how'd you feel about this playing into the Ricky stuff?
I saw Cam's tweet. That was funny.
Yeah. So in case you missed it, KO came down to the ring and he had a mystery partner. And so his mystery partner was an enhancement guy and his name was Ricky. And so that turned into things out of this that were very, very funny. But Ricky did not end up being his partner because before the match could start, somebody got the word to Kevin Owens that his intended partner is here. He's like, great, he's here. And it ended up being Randy Orton. And then poor Ricky got stunnered and rolled out the ring.
Damn.
So that then ended up turning into a bit, which
Ricky
was very funny. Ricky did. I saw people that were doing it. And then the segment ended with Kevin Owens looking into the camera and going, yeah, sorry that happened, Ricky. And Orton behind him. Sorry, Ricky. Very funny stuff.
Why are they doing that?
Very funny stuff. Now, I'm sure, the discourse of whether it's intentional or not is one thing. But in the moment, I thought it was very funny. Rick at one point tweeted a meme. Funny stuff.
Y'all are funny. Wrestlers are funny.
Yeah. But SmackDown is back on USA.
SmackDown's back down.
we shall see where that goes. We got a few more Humper chats, and we are, I think, finally going to get out of here.
It's been 84 years.
See if we have any more super chats. We do not. Oh, sorry. Yes, we do. Got one from Call Me Mr. Bronda. He says, any of my enemy is my friend. Situation.
That's the game of pro wrestling these days.
Yeah. Let's get through the rest of these Humper chats. Tony P says the street fight kicked all kinds of ass, along with the fatal 4-way and the tag titles match. The other stuff was either you seen it coming or just meh. It does seem like some switching coming for other shows though. Yeah, I agree. Like I said, I think the opening with the street fight was good. I like the fatal 4-way. I continue to like what they're doing with Bronson Reed. But some of the other stuff on the show, I was like, man. But I thought that was a great way to bring Bronson back in because that was supposed to be his spot in the match, and you're continuing to build the stuff with Braun Strowman. So I liked it a lot.
They're putting those guys over pretty huge.
Yeah. Braun needed something very bad because I was like, what are y'all doing with Strowman? He's just kind of just showing up directionless.
Right.
Tony P also says they seem to be telegraphing Bayley going to Raw, which I like, but dread because Bianca's there. And Paul can't help himself, along with the Wyatts maybe moving to SmackDown. The other thing that's interesting about Bayley going to Raw that I thought about as well is the new kind of direction with the Wyatt 6 is, hey, you guys, you turned on your family. Like you had found family, you turned on it. And that kind of builds into the damage control stuff with Bayley in a way. So putting Bayley there, and then you have Nikki that could play into that, and they had the Nikki insignia in the background during the Bianca and Jade segment as well. And there's interesting stuff you can do with Bayley on SmackDown. I think that there's interesting stuff that you can do with Bayley on Raw. Raw is in an interesting place because I do very much wonder what are you gonna do with the women's division after you're done with this Liv and Rhea stuff, because
you got to do something.
Rhea, if she beats Liv, she needs some more opponents.
That's it. And I don't feel like that's my biggest issue is I just don't feel like they're building contenders. Like you guys have a hot story that people are super into, but what about after this?
Yeah. So I don't know. They probably could use Bayley over there.
Yeah.
I don't know. But it does seem like they're telegraphing her potentially going to Raw. I don't know if that is a red herring or not.
Right.
See, last one from Tony P, I believe. It is. His last one from Tony P. He says, I hear Victory Road was great. We got the Santino Ariana meeting, which was sweet. They tried so hard to stay in character. You could feel that was special for them. Also, Tony versus Mayu. Yeah, very excited for that.
Yes, yeah, that's gonna be sick.
As for Petty of the Week, Reg and Phil's choice for me is Paige, and I think it might be Hove.
I'd probably say Hove.
It might be Hove. I didn't see any of Victory Road, but I saw some of the outcomes. Very much confused by what they did with Speedball. You did this thing with Mustafa Ali where he won the title off of him, and then you needlessly took the belt off of him to give it to Zachary Wentz so that Zachary Wentz can have a title for this NXT show. And then you just took the belt right back off Zachary and put it on Speedball. So it's just kind of like, why did you do this? You didn't know Speedball won?
Oh my God, you guys.
So Speedball is champion. He's a 3-time X Division champion. Hey, happy for Speedball, but the booking around this makes no sense.
TNA, you have to think about yourself first, you guys. You guys are trying to help other people and fucking put your belt on there, but you just that's so stupid.
Yeah, but the other part that Tony is alluding to is Tony challenged Mayu Iwatani for the IWGP Women's Championship this morning during the Stardom show. Very excited for that. Awesome. Very excited to see more AEW wrestlers potentially do Stardom stuff. Tony makes a lot of sense because of her history with Stardom. I think that's dope. Very much looking forward to that. I have to watch the Stardom show because I haven't seen any of it. From Van Twinblade, he says, "Rest in peace, James Earl Jones. Rest in peace, Master Splinter." Dan to Dan. New anime dropped the first 3 episodes as a special screening. My only issue as a manga reader is that they didn't finish the story arc. Science Saru, they did a Netflix Scott Pilgrim, does not miss. I'm sure Reg has no idea what any of that means.
I don't know what you just said.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate that.
From Night Fiend, I believe this is our last Humper chat. He says, Haitians who spent 2/3, from a Haitian who spent 2/3 of his life, but am done with these grifters that wear red hats, claim activism, and for the culture. It's all about money to them, but his career year is going to be about Drake when he had the decades to do it, but didn't. And he says Chadwick was him. Rest in peace. Yeah, rest in peace to Chadwick as well. Yeah. It's still crazy to think that he's been gone for 2 years now, right?
Yeah, 2 years already, man. It seems like that was just yesterday hearing about that. It's rest in peace to the homie.
Yeah, absolute legend as well.
Mm-hmm.
Did a lot for the culture. Rest in peace to him.
Appreciate you, Night Fiend.
Appreciate you, Night Fiend. That is our last Humper chat. We got one more super chat before we get out of here. And that is from our guy, Aaron Busby. He says, Bailey is going to go to Raw. Charlotte returning to SmackDown to feud with Nia and Tiffany. Yeah, I feel like SmackDown probably needs Charlotte more. And there's more stuff you can... Yeah, there's more stuff you can build towards with Charlotte on SmackDown. I do feel like they eventually want to do the Bianca match, but they also are building towards this Jade stuff in the tag division as well. So,
right,
we'll see. But yeah, this was a very long episode, very possibly controversial episode. Appreciate you guys as always.
What's controversial about it?
Appreciate all you guys still being in this stream with us, still hanging in for a whole 4 hours plus. Appreciate the super chats. Appreciate the Humper chats. Appreciate you guys' support as always. But you know what it is. This has been Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey. That's Righteous Reg. We are out of here.